Welcome to the Timeless Tales Library, where stories unfold like silk ribbons guiding you toward peaceful dreams. I'm Oliver, your host, and tonight I'll be sharing 6 hours of soothing stories crafted just for you to ease your mind and guide you gently toward sleep. The Timeless Tales Library is made possible by listeners like you. If you've found comfort here, please subscribe and help us continue creating these peaceful stories. As you settle in, comment below and let me know where you are in the world tonight, and share a place you dream of a story taking you to, perhaps a sunlit meadow where wildflowers sway in the breeze, a quiet bookshop on a cobblestone street, a hammock swaying between palm trees by turquoise waters, or a window seat overlooking a peaceful garden at twilight. Your ideas keep our little library glowing bright. Now, close your eyes, take a deep breath, and let the worries of the day drift away. Imagine them as tiny specks of dust floating right out of the room. Tonight, you're not in your bed, you're in the Timeless Tales Library. The library is a place of infinite possibilities, where every shelf holds a different version of your life. Every book is a chance to explore a path not taken, a dream not pursued, a person you could have been. Tonight's story is your journey through the library. As we turn the first page, let your body sink into the soft comfort of your mattress. Your bed is your private reading nook in the grand, silent expanse of the library. Relax your toes, your fingers, your jaw. Feel the gentle pull of gravity, a comforting weight that grounds you and keeps you safe. Let's begin our journey.
The first snowfall at the mountain lodge, a crackling fire sleep story. The path winds upward through the pines, narrow and carpeted with bronze needles that hush every footfall. You follow it slowly, deliberately letting the climb settle into your legs and lungs. Your breath rises in pale clouds that linger a moment before vanishing into the cooling air. The afternoon light has softened to that particular amber glow that comes only in late autumn, when the sun hangs low and reluctant, as though unwilling to surrender the day. It filters through the branches in slanted bars, catching on the rough bark and the last stubborn leaves that cling like forgotten promises. The year is turning toward its quietest season, and you can feel the hush of it in your bones. Above you, the sky's a pale expanse of silver grey, thick and seamless, heavy with the promise of snow. There is no wind yet, only a deep, listening stillness. As you climb higher into the mountains, the air grows thinner, cleaner, almost sharp enough to taste. Pine resin and cold stone and something metallic on the tongue. It feels like the world itself is holding its breath, waiting for the first white exhale. The lodge appears gradually through the trees, never announcing itself all at once, but revealing itself the way a memory does, in gentle, inevitable glimpses. First, a warm glow of lamplight flickering through distant windows, small golden rectangles suspended in the dusk. Then the dark timber of the walls, weathered silver brown and solid against the mountainside, as though the peaks themselves had shaped the beams with their own ancient hands. Finally, the full shape of it emerges, a low, wide building with a steep roof angled to shrug off heavy drifts, stone chimneys rising like sentinels, the way old houses sometimes seem to exhale. It is nestled so perfectly into the fold of the slope that you cannot tell where mountain ends and lodge begins. It looks as if it has always belonged here, as if it grew from the granite and pine the way moss grows from stone. Smoke rises from the eastern chimney in a slow, straight column, unwavering in the still air, thinning as it climbs until it dissolves entirely into the waiting sky. The scent of it reaches you even at a distance. Applewood and oak, slow burning and fragrant, the kind of fire that has been tended with patience. You pause for a long moment on the path, pack settled against your back, and simply look. Here is something about the sight of it that loosens a tight knot low in your chest, a tension you had not realized you were carrying for weeks, perhaps months. The lodge looks exactly like what it is, a deliberate refuge, built by hands that understood solitude and storm, a place designed not for show but for rest, for long nights and quiet mornings, for the kind of healing that only silence and warmth together can offer. As you stand there, the first flakes begin to fall. They are large and slow, almost weightless, drifting down through the motionless air like feathers loosed from some immense white bird far overhead. One brushes your cheek and melts instantly, shocking in its cold purity. Another catches in your lashes. You blink it away and watch the world soften at the edges. They settle on the dark branches of the pines in delicate lattices, on the worn stones of the path where they linger a moment before surrendering to warmth, on your shoulders and the backs of your bare hands where they rest like fleeting blessings. You tilt your face upward, mouth slightly open, tasting snow for the first time this season. The world is being made new and quiet around you, every sharp line blurred, every sound itself muffled as though the mountain has drawn a thick quilt over everything. You continue up the path, boots crunching softly now on the thin white dusting. As you draw closer, the small, perfect details resolve themselves. A wooden bench beside the door, its seat already sugared with snow. A pair of weathered snowshoes hanging beneath the eave like old friends waiting to be taken down. A stack of split firewood under a lean-to overhang neatly arranged, the ends pale and dry, smelling of summer even in winter's threshold. The windows glow with that particular amber warmth that speaks of oil lamps trimmed low and steady, of firelight reflected in polished copper and glass. The door itself is thick dark oak, bound with hand-forged iron hinges gone soft with verdigris, and a simple latch worn smooth by generations of cold hands. When you lift the latch and push, the door swings inward easily, without creak or complaint, as if it has been expecting you for a very long time. The warmth reaches you first, a gentle enveloping wave that slips under your collar and around your wrists and rises to meet your chilled face like an embrace you didn't know you needed. And then the scent, layered and living. Wood smoke. Yes, of course. But beneath it, the clean bite of pine needles crushed underfoot somewhere inside, the faint sweetness of dried lavender and rosemary hanging in bundles from the rafters, the mineral breath of stones that have held a fire all day, the deep comfort of old wool blankets and beeswax candles and generations of quiet evenings. It is the smell of sanctuary, unmistakable and immediate, the kind that makes the shoulders drop and the lungs fill entirely for the first time in miles. You step over the threshold and close the door softly behind you. The latch clicks into place with a small, satisfying sound, final as a promise kept. Outside is outside now, wind and weather and the long road behind you sealed away. Inside, you are held. The main room of the lodge spreads before you, spacious yet somehow intimate, proportioned for gathering and for solitude in equal measure. The ceiling rises high, crossed with massive hand-hewn beams gone almost black with age and smoke, each knot and whirl telling its own slow story. In the centre of the far wall, a large stone fireplace dominates without overwhelming, its hearth wide enough to stand in, its stones darkened by a century of flames. The fire within burns with steady, unhurried heart, logs the colour of honey collapsing gently into beds of ember, sending up the occasional soft pop or sigh. The light it casts is golden and alive, liquid almost, spilling across the wide plank floors worn satin smooth by countless boots and bare feet, dancing over the deep leather of armchairs drawn close, glinting in the curved bellies of copper kettles hung on iron hooks. Shadows sway like friendly ghosts in the corners, and everywhere there is the sense of time slowed, of worries set gently aside at the door along with wet coats and heavy packs. You stand there a moment longer, letting it all settle over you the way the snow is settling outside, and you feel something inside you finally, truly come home. The floor is made of wide planks, worn smooth by countless footsteps over countless years, and scattered across it are thick rugs in deep colours, burgundy and forest green and midnight blue. There are no harsh edges here, no cold surfaces. Everything is soft, warm, welcoming. You move slowly into the room, shedding your coat and hanging it on a hook by the door. Without its weight, you feel lighter somehow, more able to settle into this space. Your boots come off next, and when your feet touch the rug, you can feel the thickness of it, the way it cushions each step. You walk toward the fire, drawn by its light and warmth. As you approach, you see that there are several deep armchairs arranged in a loose semicircle before the hearth, each one upholstered in worn leather or faded velvet, each one positioned at the perfect angle to catch both the warmth of the flames and the view through the windows. You choose one, it doesn't matter which, and sink into it slowly. The chair receives you completely. The cushions are deep and soft. The arms are exactly the right height for resting your elbows, and the back supports you in a way that allows your whole body to let go. You lean back and feel your spine lengthen, your shoulders drop, your jaw unclench. How long has it been since you've been this comfortable? The fire crackles softly before you, a sound that is both random and rhythmic, both active and peaceful. The flames move in their slow dance, curling and reaching, folding back on themselves, finding new shapes in the burning wood. The logs have been chosen well, They burn with a steady heat that radiates outward in waves you can feel on your face, your hands, the front of your body. Behind you, the room remains cool and dim, but here, in this circle of light and warmth, everything is exactly as it should be. You close your eyes for a moment, just feeling the warmth on your skin, the softness of the chair, the quiet crackle of the fire, and underneath it all, barely audible at first, the sound of rain beginning to fall outside. Not a downpour, but something gentler, a soft, steady patter on the roof, on the windows, on the earth itself. When you open your eyes again, you see it. Beyond the windows, the rain is mixing with the snow in a way that seems almost impossible, almost magical. The flakes are larger now, but the rain falls between them, the two types of water moving through the same space in different forms, different speeds. The rain taps against the glass in an irregular rhythm that somehow becomes regular as you listen, as your breathing begins to match it. In, out, tap, tap, breathe, settle, fall, fall. On the wide windowsill, someone has placed several oil lamps, and their flames burn steadily behind glass chimneys, golden and unwavering. The light they cast mingles with the firelight, creating layers of illumination that seem to breathe with the room itself. And beyond them, through the rain-streaked glass, you can see the darkening forest, the white dusted pines, the heavy sky releasing its burden of water and snow in this strange, beautiful combination. You realize slowly that you have nowhere else to be, no schedule to keep, no obligations to fulfill. The world outside has been reduced to the essential elements: water, snow, stone, trees, sky, and the world inside has been reduced to warmth, light, comfort, and the slow passage of time. On a small table beside your chair, you notice a thick ceramic mug, steam rising from it in lazy spirals. When did that appear? You can't remember, and it doesn't matter. You reach for it, wrapping both hands around its warmth, and bring it close to your face. The scent rises with the steam, something herbal and soothing. Chamomile, perhaps, with hints of lavender and honey. The kind of drink designed not to energize, but to settle, to soften, to ease you gently towards sleep. You take a small sip, and the liquid is exactly the right temperature, hot enough to warm you from the inside, cool enough not to burn. The flavor is delicate, slightly sweet, deeply calming. You take another sip, but then another, and between each one you simply sit holding the mug, feeling its warmth in your palms, watching the fire and the rain and the snow beyond the windows. Time begins to do something strange here. It doesn't stop exactly, but it loosens. It becomes less linear, more like a spiral or a pool. Minutes might be passing, or hours. You can't tell, and you don't need to. The fire continues its slow work. The rain continues its gentle percussion. The snow continues to fall heavier now, transforming the visible world into something soft and indistinct. You notice small details that you missed before. The way the firelight catches on the grain of the wooden beams overhead, making patterns that shift and flow. The way the shadows in the corners of the room seem not dark but restful, as if they too are part of the comfort here. the way the air itself seems to hold you, to support you, as tangible as the chair beneath you. There is a bookshelf against one wall filled with volumes that look well read and well loved, their spines faded and their pages soft, but you have no desire to get up and examine them. Reading would require a kind of focus you don't want to summon right now. It is enough to simply know they are there, that this place offers that kind of solace too, if you wanted it. But for now, watching the fire is its own kind of reading. Listening to the rain is its own kind of story. The rain grows a bit heavier, and you can hear it more clearly now, a fuller sound, deeper and more resonant. It drums on the roof in a rhythm that seems to come from somewhere beyond mere weather, somewhere ancient and elemental. It runs down the windows in rivulets that catch the lamplight and turn it into moving gold. It drips from the eaves with a steady hypnotic plink, plink, plink into puddles you cannot see but can imagine, each drop creating its own small circle, its own moment of arrival. And still the snow falls too. You watch it through the window, large flakes now, spiraling down through the rain, the two forms of water coexisting in this strange liminal space. Some of the snowflakes land on the wet ground and melt instantly. Others accumulate, building slowly into a soft white blanket that softens every surface, every edge. You finish your tea. When did that happen? And set the empty mug back on the table with a soft click. Your hands feel warm and slightly tingling, and you fold them together in your lap, one thumb gently stroking the other. The gesture is soothing, meditative. Your body is teaching you how to rest. The fire has burned down slightly. The flames lower now, but no less warm. The logs have shifted as they burned, settling into new configurations, and in the spaces between them you can see the glowing coals, bright orange and red, pulsing slightly as if breathing. The heat they give off is deep and penetrating, the kind of warmth that seeps into your bones and stays there. You shift slightly in your chair, finding an even more comfortable position. Your head rests against the high back, supported perfectly. Your legs are stretched out before you, your feet propped on a small ottoman that appeared when, it doesn't matter. It is here now, and it is exactly what you needed. Your whole body feels heavy in the best way, as if gravity has increased just enough to hold you more firmly, to remind you that you can stop holding yourself together, stop holding yourself up. Through the window, the world continues its transformation. The forest is becoming a study in contrasts. The dark trunks of the pines against the white snow, the silver rain against the charcoal sky. And in the foreground, the glass itself becomes a canvas, the rain drawing temporary patterns that appear and dissolve in an endless, mesmerizing cycle. You think distantly about the path you climbed to get here. It seems very far away now, not in space, but in time, in state of being. That person who walked up through the pines, were they you? They must have been, but they seem like someone else now. Someone more tense, more burdened. Here, now, you're only this, a body at rest, a mind quieting, a presence held by warmth and light, and the gentle percussion of rain. The shadows in the room have deepened as the afternoon has given way to evening. The fire and the lamps are the only sources of light now, and they create a space that feels both intimate and infinite. The darkness outside presses gently against the windows, not threatening but sheltering, defining the boundaries of this sanctuary. You notice, on the mantel above the fireplace, a collection of objects that speak of other visitors, other moments of rest. A piece of driftwood, smooth and grey, a cluster of pine cones, their scales open and perfect, a small cairn of stones, each one carefully balanced on the one below, a clay cup holding a few dried flowers, lavender, you think, though their colour has faded to silver grey. These are not decorations exactly. They are more like offerings, like evidence of appreciation, like small gestures of thanks to this place for what it provides. You close your eyes again, and this time you let them stay closed. Behind your eyelids, the firelight continues to dance, creating subtle shifts in the darkness. Orange pulses, golden flickers. The rain on the roof becomes more prominent in your awareness when you're not looking at anything, and you follow it for a while, tracing its patterns, letting its rhythm become your rhythm. Your breathing has slowed. You didn't consciously slow it. It happened on its own, your body responding to the safety and warmth, to the absence of any demand or urgency. Each breath in draws the warm, scented air deep into your lungs. Each breath out releases something. Tension, worry, the accumulated weight of being alert and responsive and functional. In, the fire crackles softly. Out, the rain taps and runs and drips. In, your body sinks deeper into the chair. Out, your mind releases its grip on whatever it was holding. There is a moment. You can't quite identify when it happens, when you cross some threshold. Not into sleep exactly, but into something adjacent to it. A state of deep rest where you're still aware, but only barely. Where consciousness becomes thin and transparent. Where the boundary between yourself and the room, between yourself and the fire and the rain and the snow begins to blur. You're warm, you're safe, you're held. The rain continues, sometimes heavier, sometimes lighter, but always present, always there as a numb anchor, a touchstone, a lullaby. And the snow continues too, visible when you open your eyes to narrow slits, barely there when you let them close again. The two forms of water falling together, arriving together, transforming the world together. Time spirals and pools. You might doze for a moment or for longer, you can't tell. When your awareness returns or intensifies, nothing has changed. The fire still burns, the rain still falls, the room still holds you in its warm embrace, and you realize that this is the gift. Not that you might sleep, but that it doesn't matter whether you sleep or not. Rest is happening regardless. Release is happening regardless. Your body has become so relaxed that you can barely feel its boundaries. Your hands in your lap seem very far away. Your feet on the ottoman seem to belong to someone else. You're not separate from the chair, from the warmth, from the air. You're part of the room's breathing, part of the fire's slow burning, part of the rain's endless falling. Somewhere in the lodge, distant, barely perceptible, you hear the sound of water moving through pipes. Someone, somewhere, is perhaps drawing a bath or filling a kettle. The sound is hollow and soothing, like the ocean in a shell, and it reminds you that there are other people here, other souls seeking rest, but they are far enough away that you have all the solitude you need, all the quiet you need. The fire shifts again, a log settling with a soft crumble of sound, and a small cascade of sparks rises up the chimney like tiny stars, like hopes, like worries being released into smoke and ash and air. You watch them through your barely open eyes, these bright orange points ascending, and then they're gone, and the fire continues its steady work. You think about snow, how each flake is different, unique, and yet how they all serve the same purpose: to cover, to soften, to quiet. You think about how they accumulate slowly, one after another, until the world is transformed. And you think about how rest is like that too, not a single moment of decision, but an accumulation of small releases, small surrenders, until you're transformed into someone who is, finally, deeply at peace. The rain knows this. The rain has always known this. It has been falling for millions of years, longer, since the earth first had an atmosphere to hold it and a surface to receive it. It has witnessed everything, and through it all it has continued to fall, to drum, to cleanse, to nourish. It asks nothing of you. It requires nothing from you. It simply falls, and in its falling, it gives you permission to do the same, to fall into rest, into sleep, into the deep renewal that comes when you finally stop. Your breathing has become so slow and so quiet that you can barely perceive it. The pause between breaths grows longer, and in that pause there is something that feels like the space between snowflakes, the space between raindrops. Empty but not empty, quiet but not silent, restful beyond measure. The room breathes with you, the fire breathes with you, the rain and the snow outside breathe with you. Everything has synchronized into a single gentle rhythm, a single soft pulse. You could stay like this forever, you think. Or maybe you think nothing at all. Maybe thinking has given way entirely to being, to simply existing in this moment, this place, this perfect pocket of warmth and safety carved out of the winter night. The darkness outside the windows is complete now, a velvet so absolute it feels solid, as though someone has drawn a thick curtain across the entire sky. No trace of afternoon light lingers, not even the faintest bruise of violet on the horizon. It is fully night, and the world has willingly shrunk to the small golden sphere cast by firelight and lamplight. The window panes have become mirrors. They reflect the room back to you in overlapping layers, the hearth's glow doubled and redoubled, the seated figure in the deep armchair softened at the edges, the shadows themselves seeming to lean in with affectionate curiosity. Yet the glass remains mercifully thin. Through those same reflections you can still see the weather moving. Snow falls in slow, deliberate silence. each flake catching the lamplight for a heartbeat before vanishing into black. Rain falls with it, a steady silver hiss against the panes, sometimes catching the fire's reflection so that tiny orange flames appear to dance on the wet glass. The dark shapes of the pines stand motionless, patient sentinels, their branches already bowed under fresh white weight, holding the night up the way a mother holds a sleeping child. On the low table beside your chair, the empty mug cools. Steam no longer rises, but the stoneware still radiates a gentle warmth against your palm when you brush it absently. In the shifting firelight, you notice, really notice for the first time, the faint pattern of leaves etched into its surface. Oak and maple, delicate veins traced in a glaze the colour of forest moss. Someone long ago sat at a wheel and coaxed this shape from clay. Someone dipped a fine brush and painted those leaves with steady, loving strokes. Someone carried it to a kiln and trusted fire to make it enduring. The mug has outlived its maker, perhaps by decades, yet it still performs its quiet ministry, holding heat, passing comfort from hand to hand across years you will never know. The thought settles in your chest like a small bird coming home to roost, tender and wondering. Your gaze drifts back to the hearth. A stout log of apple wood has burned through its heart and parted with a soft sigh into two glowing halves, each still fiercely alive at the core. The flames have changed their nature entirely. They are lower now, almost secretive, flickering in shifting blues and violets at the edges, gold only where they touch the coals. This is the deep fire, the patient one, the fire that remembers winters past and plans to outlast this one too. It will burn quietly for hours yet, giving off more heat than light, keeping the stones warm long after the tall flames have surrendered. Embers pulse like slow heartbeats beneath the grate, and every so often one winks brighter, sending up a brief constellation of sparks that die before they reach the chimney. Outside, rain and snow have found a perfect, impossible balance. They fall together without rivalry, rain in fine, slanting needles that tick against the glass, snow in wide, unhurried flakes that seem to float rather than fall. Neither dominates, both contribute to the same slow alchemy. You can almost feel the mountain changing under their combined touch, sharp edges softening, harsh lines erased, the entire slope being tucked in for the long night. By morning the world will wear an entirely new face, bright and blinding and strangely innocent, as though it has forgotten every hard thing that ever happened upon it. But that is tomorrow, shimmering and unreachable. Tonight there is only the patient falling, the gentle covering, the sound of water returning to earth in every form it knows. Your eyelids have grown impossibly heavy, not with the brutal weight of exhaustion, but with something far kinder, the luxurious gravity of contentment. It is the heaviness of a body that has walked far, eaten simply, and now recognizes without shame or apology that it is allowed to stop. You do not resist. There is nothing left to resist. You let your eyes close fully, surrendering the last thin thread of vigilance. The images you have been hoarding all evening, firelight, rain streaks, slow white drifting, remain perfectly vivid behind your lids, printed there like photographs developing in the dark. They no longer need your watching. They have become part of the inner weather. The sounds continue, intimate and unceasing. The fire's small vocabulary of pops and sighs. The rain steady as a mother's heartbeat against the roof. And beneath both, deeper than both, the profound silence that belongs only to new snow. A hush so complete it feels like listening to absence itself. You sink into that triune lullaby and let it carry you the way a tide carries a leaf, effortless and certain. Every muscle has unknotted itself without announcement. Your shoulders have dropped so far you feel you might melt straight through the chair and into the floorboards. Your hands lie open in your lap like empty bowls. Your jaw has loosened. Your brow is smooth as still water. You have become porous, permeable, soft as the snow now piling against the doorstep. Far off, the wind begins its nightly rounds through the pines. It is not the fierce wind of storms, but something gentler, almost playful, a slow inhalation that lifts the branches, a languid exhalation that lets them settle again. It moves from ridge to ridge, carrying the high, resinous scent of snow-laden needles and the cold, mineral breath of stone that has never known sun. The smell finds the small gaps around the door, slips inside, and mingles with wood smoke until the entire room seems to breathe with the mountain. Yet you are not cold. You are cocooned by the fire's steady radiance, by the chair's deep embrace, by the thick wool blanket someone laid across the arm hours ago as if they knew you would eventually need it. You are held by the rain's patient percussion, by the snow's silent forgiveness, by the immense, indifferent tenderness of the night itself. The last clear sensation is gratitude, not pointed at any one thing, but rising like warmth from your sternum, wordless and wide. Gratitude for the mug that held tea and still holds faint heat. Gratitude for the fire that asks nothing in return. Gratitude for the roof that keeps its ancient promise. Gratitude for the body's wise surrender, for the heart's quiet yes. Then even gratitude loosens its edges and dissolves, becoming simply openness, simply allowing. Thought stops, feeling stops clutching. There is only breath, slow and tidal, each exhale a little longer than the last, until the pause between breaths becomes a country you're willing to live in forever. The room expands to hold you. The darkness folds itself around you like wings. The rain keeps singing its oldest song, the one it learned when the first rivers were new, and you, carried at last beyond the need for carrying, drift downward through layers of warmth and hush into a sleep as deep as the mountain itself. The fire glows on, a small, steadfast heart. The rain falls. The snow covers everything gentle and implacable, and you finally blessedly wholly sleep. The rain begins before you even notice it, soft as a whisper, barely more than mist touching your face. You've been walking for a while now. though you can't quite remember when you started or why. It doesn't matter. The evening air is cool and gentle, wrapping around you like a favorite blanket that's been warmed by the dryer. Each breath you take feels cleaner than the last, carrying with it the scent of wet pavement and distant gardens, of earth drinking deeply after a long, quiet day. The street you're on is narrow and old, lined with buildings that lean toward each other like old friends sharing secrets. Street lamps glow amber through the gathering dusk, their light softened by the fine curtain of rain that's begun to fall more steadily now. Each droplet catches the light for just a moment before disappearing into the darkness, like tiny stars falling to earth. The sound they make is gentle, a continuous whisper against leaves, a soft pattering on awnings, a hushed rhythm that seems to slow your heartbeat, inviting it to match this quieter pace. You pull your jacket a little closer, not from cold, but from comfort, and continue walking. Your footsteps are quiet on the wet cobblestones, each step sending up the smallest splash that catches the lamplight. There's no hurry in your movements. Time has softened here, stretched out and easy. The world feels distant. The obligations and noise of the day have been washed away by the rain, leaving only this moment, this street, this gentle falling of water from a darkening sky. And then you see it, tucked between a bookshop with foggy windows and a flower seller's closed stall. There's a small storefront you somehow know you've never noticed before. Warm light spills from its windows, golden and inviting, cutting through the blue-grey evening like a promise. The windows themselves are old, their glass slightly rippled with age, and through them you can see the soft glow of candles and the rich dark wood of shelves. Above the door a sign hangs from a wrought iron bracket swaying ever so slightly in the breeze. The words painted there in elegant script read, "The Rain's Edge, Artisan Chocolates." Something in your chest relaxes at the sight of it. This is a place you are meant to find. You can feel it in the way the rain seems to gentle just as you approach, in the way the light from the windows seems to reach out and welcome you in from the damp evening. You step up to the door. The handle is brass, worn smooth by countless hands, warm even in the cool air. As you turn it, you hear the soft chime of a bell, not sharp or jarring, but low and melodious, like a wind chime made of seashells. The sound mingles with the rain, becoming part of its rhythm, and then you step inside. The warmth embraces you immediately, not overwhelming but perfect. The kind of warmth that seeps into your bones and makes your shoulders drop, your jaw unclench. The air is rich with the scent of chocolate, but not the commercial sweetness you might expect. This is deeper, more complex. Dark cocoa with hints of vanilla and cinnamon, traces of orange peel and sea salt, the earthiness of roasted cacao beans, and the subtle sweetness of caramel being slowly stirred in copper pots. Underneath it all, you catch the faintest whisper of rain-soaked wood and old paper, the scent of a place that's been loved for a very long time. The shop is small and exquisitely cozy. The walls are lined with shelves of dark mahogany, each one holding carefully arranged boxes of chocolates, glass jars filled with cocoa nibs and candied nuts, and small bottles of flavoured syrups that catch the candle light like jewels. The floor is made of wide wooden planks, worn smooth and dark with age, and scattered across it are small rugs in deep burgundy and forest green, their patterns faded to softness. But what draws your attention most are the candles. They're everywhere, on shelves, in wall sconces, clustered on the counter, arranged in the windows. They flicker and dance, their flames creating shadows that move like water across the walls. The light they cast is warm and alive, turning everything golden and dreamlike. Behind the counter you notice a woman looking up from her work with a gentle smile. She's arranging chocolates in a wooden tray lined with parchment paper, each piece placed with careful attention. Her hands move slowly, deliberately, as if she has all the time in the world. She's wearing a deep plum-coloured apron over a cream sweater, and her silver-streaked hair is pulled back loosely. Her eyes are kind, the kind of eyes that see you and welcome you without needing words. "Good evening," she says, her voice as warm as the shop itself. "You've chosen a perfect night to come in from the rain." You smile and nod, feeling some of the last tension drain from your body. There's something about her presence that makes you feel safe, understood, as if you've known each other for years even though you've just met. "Please," she continues, gesturing to the interior of the shop. "Take your time, look around. The rain will be here for a while yet. There's no need to rush back out into it." You thank her softly and begin to wander deeper into the shop. Now that you're inside, you notice details you missed at first. In one corner there's a small seating area. 2 velvet armchairs in deep midnight blue, positioned near a window where you can watch the rain streaming down the glass. Between them sits a low table with a book lying open, its pages covered in handwritten notes and sketches of cacao pods and chocolate moulds. A knitted blanket in shades of grey and cream is draped over one chair, inviting. The rain against the windows creates a constant, soothing backdrop of sound. It's heavier now, you realize, though still gentle, each drop racing down the glass in meandering paths, merging with others, creating tiny rivers that catch and scatter the candlelight. Watching them is hypnotic. Your breathing slows to match their rhythm, your thoughts beginning to drift and merge like the raindrops themselves. You move along the shelves, examining the chocolates on display. Each box is a work of art. Some are made of dark wood inlaid with mother of pearl, others of thick paper the colour of midnight, tied with silk ribbons. Through the glass tops of the boxes you can see the chocolates themselves, each one unique, hand-painted with gold leaf or decorated with delicate transfers of flowers and stars, dusted with cocoa powder or sea salt, some studded with tiny dried rose petals or crystallized ginger. The labels beside each box are written in that same elegant script as the sign outside, describing the flavors in words that feel like poetry. Lavender and honey dream, midnight orange blossom, cardamom twilight, rain on stone. You pick up a small card that's been placed on the shelf, and on it is written in flowing ink. Each chocolate is made slowly, with intention. We believe that what we create with care carries that care forward to whoever receives it. Something about those words makes your eyes prickle with unexpected emotion. When was the last time someone offered you something made with such deliberate gentleness? When did you last allow yourself to receive it? Would you like to try something? The woman has appeared beside you, quiet as a breath. She's holding a small wooden tray, and on it are several pieces of chocolate, each about the size of your thumb, gleaming softly in the candlelight. These are tonight's tasting, she explains. I make a selection each evening based on how the rain sounds, what the air feels like. Tonight called for something comforting, something that tastes like safety. You look at the chocolates on the tray. They're beautiful, smooth and dark, each one decorated with a single stroke of gold. You reach out and select one, surprised by its weight, by how cool it feels against your fingertips. Take your time, she says. There's an art to tasting chocolate properly. It's a meditation, really. Let it rest on your tongue. Let it soften and melt. Pay attention to how the flavor unfolds. It will tell you a story if you listen. You place the chocolate in your mouth, and immediately the world narrows to this single sensation. At first, there's just the smoothness, the way it begins to soften with your body's warmth. Then the flavor starts to bloom. Dark cocoa, yes, but also something floral and subtle, like vanilla and jasmine combined, and underneath it a hint of salt that makes everything else more vivid. As it melts completely, you catch notes of caramel and a warmth that might be cinnamon, or might be something else entirely, something you don't have a name for. It tastes the way candlelight looks. It tastes the way the rain sounds. You close your eyes, and for a moment you're not standing in a shop but somewhere else entirely. Somewhere soft and timeless, where nothing can hurt you, where everything is exactly as it should be. When you open your eyes again, the woman is smiling. Good, isn't it? This one is infused with chamomile and honey, aged with Madagascar vanilla. It's meant to quiet the mind. And your mind does feel quieter. The constant chatter that usually fills your thoughts has dimmed to a distant murmur, no more insistent than the rain. "Please," she says, gesturing toward the armchairs by the window. "Sit. Rest for a while. I'll bring you something warm to drink. You don't protest." The invitation feels like something you've been waiting for without knowing it. You make your way to the chairs and sink into one, and it's like being embraced. The velvet is soft and worn, yielding perfectly to your weight. You pull the knitted blanket over your lap and it's warm, as if it's been waiting just for you. From here, you can see out the window to the street beyond. The rain is falling steadily now, turning the cobblestones glossy and dark. The street lamps create pools of golden light, and you watch as a few last pedestrians hurry past, their umbrellas gleaming. But inside this shop you're perfectly dry, perfectly warm, perfectly safe. The woman returns carrying a small tray. On it is a mug, handmade ceramic, you think, glazed in deep blues and greens that swirl like the ocean. Steam rises from it, curling and twisting at the candlelight. She sets it on the table beside you, along with a small plate holding 2 more chocolates. "Drinking chocolate," she says. "Not hot chocolate, that's something different. This is chocolate that's been melted and whisked with warm milk and a touch of honey. It's rich, so sip it slowly. Let it warm you from the inside." You pick up the mug, wrapping both hands around it. The heat seeps into your palms, and you realize your hands had been cold without you noticing. You lift it to your lips and take a small sip. It's extraordinary, thick and velvety, coating your tongue with deep chocolate flavor that's both bitter and sweet, complex and comforting. It's not too hot, just warm enough to feel soothing as it slides down your throat. You can taste the quality of the chocolate, can sense the care that went into making it. Each sip is like a soft anchor, bringing you deeper into this moment, further from anything that might have troubled you before you walked through that door. "There's something special about rain," the woman says, settling into the chair across from you. She's brought her own mug and she cradles it gently, looking out at the wet street. It softens everything. The sharp edges of the world go blurry. Colors deepen. Time slows down. I think that's why I love this shop most on nights like this. It feels like we're in a secret place, separated from everything else by curtains of water. You nod, understanding exactly what she means. The rain has created a boundary between this space and the rest of the world. Inside this boundary, you're held, protected, given permission to simply be. I grew up in a place where it rained often, she continues, her voice soft and almost dreamy. A small town in the mountains. Our house was old with a tin roof, and at night I would lie in bed listening to the rain drumming on it. That sound was the most comforting thing in the world to me. It meant I was safe inside while nature did its work outside. It meant I could let go and sleep deeply. She pauses, taking a sip of her own chocolate. That's what I wanted this place to feel like. A shelter from the storm. A place where people could come and remember what it feels like to be cared for. You feel that care now in every detail, in the way the candles have been arranged to cast the softest light, in the way the chocolate tastes like it was made just for you, in the way this stranger is offering you her story, her warmth, her time. Outside, the rain intensifies slightly, and the sound of it becomes more present, a fuller, rounder rhythm, like gentle applause or like thousands of tiny fingers tapping out a lullaby on the roof and windows. You let yourself sink deeper into the chair, deeper into the moment. Your body feels heavy in the best way, relaxed and loose. The chocolate in your hands continues to warm you, its steam carrying the scent of cocoa and vanilla to mingle with the candles and the rain. Try one of those, the woman says, nodding toward the plate she left for you. The one on the left is filled with salted caramel and chamomile. The one on the right is dark chocolate with lavender and honey. Both are meant to help with sleep, to ease you into dreaming. You set down your mug and pick up the chocolate on the left. It's slightly domed, decorated with a delicate pattern of waves in gold leaf. When you bite into it, the shell cracks gently, and warm caramel flows onto your tongue. Not too sweet, balanced perfectly with salt and the subtle apple-like notes of chamomile. It's like tasting liquid comfort, like being tucked into bed by someone who loves you. You close your eyes and let yourself fully experience it. And as you do, you become aware of your own breathing. It's slow and deep, matching the rhythm of the rain. In and out, in and out. Each breath seems to carry away another layer of tension, another worry, another piece of the armor you didn't realize you'd been wearing. When you finish the first chocolate, you sit for a moment in the quiet, feeling the effects ripple through your body. Your shoulders have dropped, your jaw is unclenched, even your thoughts have softened, becoming less like demands and more like clouds drifting across a peaceful sky. Eventually, you reach for the second chocolate. This one is square, decorated with a single pressed lavender flower that's been preserved in the chocolate surface. You bring it to your nose first, and the scent of lavender mingles with dark chocolate, floral and earthy, soothing and grounding. When you taste it, the lavender is subtle, Never overwhelming, just present enough to remind you of summer evenings and fields stretching toward purple horizons. The honey adds a gentle sweetness, and the dark chocolate anchors everything rich and deep. As you eat, you watch the rain on the window. Each drop that hits the glass creates a tiny starburst before sliding down, joining others in their journey. You could watch this forever, you think. There's something endlessly fascinating about it. The way no two drops follow exactly the same path. The way they merge and separate and merge again. I'm going to work on some chocolates in the back, the woman says gently, standing and collecting her mug. Stay as long as you like. The door will lock behind you when you're ready to leave, but there's no rush. The rain isn't going anywhere, and neither am I. Rest here. You look like you need it. Before you can thank her, she's gone, disappearing through a curtained doorway at the back of the shop. You hear the faint sounds of her moving around back there, the quiet clink of tools, the soft scrape of a spoon against a bowl. But it's distant, unobtrusive. Just another layer to the shop's peaceful soundscape. You're alone now, but you don't feel lonely. The shop itself feels alive, companionable. The candles continue their gentle flickering. The rain maintains its steady rhythm. Your chocolate is still warm in your hands. You take another sip, slower this time, savoring it. The chocolate coats your tongue, and you focus on the way the warmth spreads through your chest as you swallow. You can feel yourself getting drowsier, but it's a pleasant drowsiness, the kind that makes you want to curl up and let go. Not the exhausted collapse of too many long days. Your gaze drifts around the shop, taking in details you hadn't noticed before. There's a shelf of books tucked into one corner, old volumes about cacao cultivation, the history of chocolate, recipe books with worn spines. On another shelf there are small bottles filled with ingredients, whole vanilla beans, star anise, dried rose petals, chunks of crystallized ginger. Each bottle is labeled in that same flowing script, and they glow like jewels in the candlelight. Above the counter, you notice a painting you'd missed before. It shows a cacao tree in the rain, its leaves heavy with water, its pods hanging like dark lanterns. The painting is done in deep greens and browns, and whoever painted it understood rain. You can almost feel the humidity, the weight of water-saturated air. Everything in this shop, you realize, has been chosen with intention. Nothing is here by accident. Every candle, every chocolate, every piece of furniture exists to create this exact feeling. This sense of being cradled, held, allowed to rest. You pull the blanket higher, tucking it around your shoulders. Outside, the rain has settled into a steady, meditative fall. It's not dramatic or wild. It's patient, reliable, the kind of rain that will fall all night, washing the world clean, making everything fresh for tomorrow. But tomorrow feels very far away right now. All that matters is this moment, this chair, this warmth, this gentle falling of water. Your eyes feel heavy. You let them close just for a moment. Behind your eyelids, you can still sense the golden glow of the candlelight. You can still hear the rain, sometimes louder, sometimes softer, but always there, a constant presence like a heartbeat. You think about the woman's words, about rain creating a boundary between this space and the world. You feel held inside that boundary, protected by walls and windows and the simple fact of this place existing here now just when you needed it. Your breathing deepens. Your body sinks further into the chair, which seems to adjust to hold you perfectly. The last sip of chocolate sits warm in your belly, radiating comfort outward to your fingers and toes. You could sleep here, you think. You could just drift off right here in this chair, wrapped in this blanket, surrounded by candlelight and the scent of chocolate and the endless gentle conversation of the rain. But then, through your drowsiness, you hear the woman's voice, soft and close. There's a better place for sleeping if you'd like. You open your eyes slowly. She's standing beside your chair, and she's smiling that same gentle smile. She gestures toward the back of the shop, past the curtain where she disappeared. "Come," she says, "I'll show you." You're not sure why you trust her so completely, but you do. You set down your mug, pull the blanket around your shoulders like a shawl, and follow her through the curtain. The room beyond is even cozier than the shop itself. It's small and warm, with walls painted a soft dove grey. There's a window here too, larger than the ones in the front, and the rain streams down it in silver ribbons. But what draws your attention is the daybed positioned beneath the window, piled high with pillows in shades of cream and grey and the palest blue. The bed is covered with a thick duvet that looks impossibly soft, and more blankets are folded at its foot. Beside it, a small table holds a brass lamp that casts warm light upward, and a single candle in a glass holder, its flame dancing slowly. "Sometimes people need to rest," the woman says simply, "really rest. So I keep this room. It's yours tonight if you want it." You look at the bed, at the window, at the soft glow of the lamp. Everything in you says yes. Yes, you want this. Yes, you need this. "The rain will sing you to sleep," she continues, moving to adjust the pillows. "And in the morning, if you'd like, there will be fresh chocolate and coffee, but that's for later. For now, just rest." She lights a stick of incense on the table, something woody and gentle, like sandalwood, and the smoke curls upward, adding another layer to the room's already perfect scent. Then she turns down the duvet, revealing pristine white sheets that look impossibly inviting. "Sleep well," she says, and then she's gone, pulling the curtain closed behind her, leaving you alone in this perfect sanctuary. You don't hesitate. You slip off your shoes, set them neatly by the wall, and climb into the bed. The sheets are cool and smooth against your skin, the duvet heavy and warm. You settle back against the pillows, and they adjust around you, cradling your head, supporting your neck. Through the window you can see the rain still falling, and beyond it, between the buildings across the way, you catch a glimpse of sky. The clouds have thinned slightly, and through them, impossibly, you see stars beginning to appear, faint and distant but there. Stars and rain at the same time. It seems impossible, magical, like something from a dream. You pull the duvet up to your chin and let yourself sink into the absolute comfort of the bed, the absolute safety of this room. The incense continues to smoke gently, its scent mixing with the chocolate and candle wax and the fresh smell of rain. The candle flickers, casting dancing shadows on the ceiling that move like water, like leaves, like the aurora borealis you once saw in a photograph. Your body is completely relaxed now. Every muscle has let go. You're aware of your own weight pressing into the mattress, of the way the bed holds you without resistance, accepting you completely. Your breathing is deep and slow, each exhale lasting a little longer, releasing a little more. The rain continues its patient song. Sometimes a gust of wind sends a scatter of drops against the window like applause. Sometimes it softens to almost nothing, just the faintest whisper. But it never stops completely, and you're grateful for that. The sound of it has become part of your own rhythm now, part of your heartbeat, part of your breath. You watch the stars through the rain and the window, and they seem to pulse gently in and out of focus. You're not sure if your eyes are closing or if the world is softening, but it doesn't matter. Everything is exactly as it should be. You think about the woman in the shop still working in the front room, creating chocolates with care and intention. You think about how her creations will bring comfort to others, how this shop exists as a refuge for anyone who needs it. You think about how you found it tonight, how it found you, and you feel grateful beyond words. The pillow beneath your head is perfectly soft. The duvet is perfectly warm. The rain is perfectly constant. The stars are perfectly distant and beautiful. Everything is perfect, and you are safe, and you are held, and you are allowed to simply let go. Your eyes close fully now. You're aware of the darkness behind your eyelids, velvety and complete. You're aware of your breath, slow and deep. You're aware of your body sinking deeper into sleep, like settling into warm water, like falling into the softest cloud. The rain becomes everything. It's in your breath and your heartbeat. It's in the darkness and the warmth. It's the sound of the world taking care of itself while you rest, doing the essential work of renewal and cleansing and washing everything fresh. You're floating now, somewhere between waking and sleeping, and it's the most peaceful place you've ever been. Thoughts drift by like clouds, but none of them stick. Nothing demands your attention. Nothing needs to be done or fixed or worried about. There is only this moment, this bed, this rain, this absolute permission to rest. The stars are still there beyond your closed eyes. You can feel them. They're keeping watch, constant and patient. The rain is still singing its lullaby, each drop a note in an endless song. The chocolate shop holds you in its warm embrace, and somewhere in the front room, candles flicker on, keeping their gentle vigil. You're so drowsy now, so completely relaxed, that you can barely tell where your body ends and the bed begins. You're sinking into sleep like sinking into warm honey, slow and sweet and inevitable. There's no resistance left in you, nothing holding you back from this deep, peaceful rest. The last thing you're aware of is the rain, always the rain, patient and endless, falling on the roof and windows, falling on the street outside, falling on the whole sleeping city, washing everything clean, making everything new. And then you're gone, drifting into the deepest, most peaceful sleep, held by the bed and the room and the rain itself, safe and warm and completely, perfectly at rest. The rain will fall all night, but you won't hear it. You'll be too deep in dreams, too far into the soft darkness, where nothing can find you except peace. And in the morning, there will be fresh chocolate and coffee, and the world will be clean and new, washed bright by the night's gentle rain. But that's for tomorrow. For now, there is only sleep, deep and dreamless and complete, and the endless, patient falling of the rain, singing you deeper, deeper, into the softest darkness, into the warmest peace, into sleep. Sleep now. The rain will keep watch. You're safe. You're home. Sleep. Calm. Cozy, rainy greenhouse sleep story. The rain begins just as twilight settles over the garden. You've been walking slowly, without hurry, along a path you've travelled before, though perhaps not recently. The stones beneath your feet are smooth and cool, worn by seasons of footsteps and weather. Around you, the world is softening into evening. The sky above holds that particular shade of grey-blue that comes just after sunset, when daylight hasn't quite finished leaving, but darkness is already whispering at the edges. And then the first drops. They arrive so gently you almost don't notice at first. A cool kiss on your forehead, a soft touch on your shoulder, then another and another, until the air itself seems to shimmer with moisture. The rain is not heavy. It doesn't rush or demand. It simply is, falling with the quiet patience of something that has always been falling, will always be falling somewhere in the world. You pause on the path and tilt your face upward, letting the drops find your cheeks, your closed eyelids. The rain is cool but not cold. It carries with it the scent of earth and leaves, of distant flowers and wet stone. Each drop that touches your skin seems to wash away a little tension, a small worry, some unnamed heaviness you didn't realize you were carrying. The path curves ahead through a grove of old trees, willows and maples whose branches create a gentle canopy overhead. Beneath them, the rain becomes a softer sound, filtered through layer upon layer of leaves. It's a rustling, pattering music, each leaf adding its own small note to the symphony. You continue walking, your pace slow and easy, matching the unhurried rhythm of the rain. Your shoes make soft sounds on the wet stone, not quite splashes, more like whispers. The air has cooled with the rain's arrival, and you can feel it on your skin, fresh and clean, carrying that distinctive petrichor scent that only comes when rain meets earth after a dry spell. It's the smell of the world waking up, drinking deeply, saying thank you. As you move deeper along the path, the trees begin to thin, opening into a clearing you don't quite remember from before. And there, rising from the garden like something from a dream, is the greenhouse. It glows. Soft amber light spills from its glass walls, warm and welcoming against the cool grey evening. The structure is beautiful in its simplicity. Iron frames painted a deep forest green, tall glass panels that catch and hold the light, a peaked roof where rain is already beginning to drum a gentle song. Vines climb the exterior walls, their leaves dark and glossy with moisture. Through the glass, you can see the shadows of plants, the suggestion of green growing things, movement that might be leaves swaying or might be light dancing. Something about it calls to you, not urgently. Nothing here is urgent, but quietly, insistently, the way home calls when you've been away too long. You make your way toward it, your footsteps barely making a sound on the rain-dampened earth. As you draw closer, you notice small details. The way water droplets cling to the glass like tiny crystals, each one catching and refracting the light from within. The weathered wood of the door, smooth and dark with age. A small iron latch, cool beneath your fingers. Around the base of the greenhouse you notice small river stones arranged in a border, each one dark and slick with rain, and between them tiny flowers, white alyssum and purple lobelia, their blooms jewel bright despite the dimming light. You lift the latch. The door opens easily, soundlessly, and you step inside. Warmth embraces you immediately, not the heavy, overwhelming warmth of a closed room, but something gentler. The air here is different, soft and alive, carrying with it the green scent of growing things, earth, and moisture. It's like stepping into a living breath, and you feel your own breathing deepen in response, slowing, matching the rhythm of this place. You close the door softly behind you, and the sound of the rain shifts. Inside the greenhouse, it becomes something new, a percussion against glass, 1,000 soft fingers tapping, a lullaby played on crystal drums. The sound surrounds you, above and on all sides, but muffled, dreamlike, as though you're listening to rain from underwater or from within a warm, safe cocoon. The greenhouse is larger inside than you expected. Long tables line the sides, laden with plants in various stages of growth. There are terracotta pots of every size, wooden crates overflowing with cascading vines, glass jars where delicate ferns uncurl their fronds. The floor is made of old brick, uneven and beautiful, with moss growing between some of the cracks, soft, verdant moss that seems to glow faintly in the low light, as though it holds within it some memory of sunlight. A few candles flicker in glass lanterns hanging from the iron rafters, their light dancing, multiplying in the rain-streaked glass walls. But what captures your attention most is the light itself, the way it fills this space. The amber glow from the lanterns mixes with the silvery twilight filtering through the rain-washed glass, creating a luminescence that seems to emanate from everywhere and nowhere. It's the light of dreams, of memories, of early morning or late evening when the world is soft and possibilities feel endless. You move deeper into the greenhouse, your steps slow and wandering. There's no path to follow here, no destination, just the invitation to explore, to discover, to let yourself be drawn wherever curiosity or comfort leads. The brick beneath your feet is still slightly warm, holding on to the heat of the day, and you can feel this residual warmth even through your shoes, a gentle reminder that this space has been sun-warmed, loved, tended. To your left, a long table holds an array of herbs. You pause beside them, and immediately their fragrance rises to meet you. Gentle, soothing, familiar. There's lavender with its grey-green leaves and faded purple flowers, rosemary standing tall and fragrant, chamomile with its small daisy-like blooms nodding on delicate stems. You reach out, brushing your fingers across the lavender, and its scent intensifies, that distinctive perfume that speaks of summer fields and peace and deep, restful sleep. The leaves are soft, almost fuzzy and slightly sticky with their essential oils. Next to the lavender, you notice lemon balm, its leaves bright green and crinkled, releasing a fresh citrus scent when you gently touch them. There's mint too, several varieties, their leaves ranging from deep forest green to a lighter shade almost like jade. The fragrance is cool and clean, invigorating yet somehow also calming, And there, tucked in a corner, a small pot of sweet woodruff with its delicate white star-shaped flowers and whorled leaves, smelling faintly of vanilla and new-mown hay. The rain continues its patient drumming overhead. Now that you're inside, sheltered by glass and iron, and the living presence of all these plants, this sound has become a constant companion, not intrusive, never demanding attention, but always there. A baseline rhythm, steady as a heartbeat, slow as breathing. Your shoulders drop a little. Your jaw unclenches without you realizing it had been tight. You continue on, drawn by a splash of color ahead. There, on another table, orchids bloom in extraordinary shades, deep purple and soft white, coral pink and cream. Their petals are like silk, impossibly delicate, and they seem to glow in the low light. You lean closer to one, a white orchid with a yellow throat, and catch its subtle fragrance. It's sweet but not overwhelming, exotic yet comforting, like a whisper of distant places made intimate and near. The orchids are arranged in clear glass containers filled with bark and moss, their thick aerial roots visible, pale green and white, seeking moisture from the air. One of them has a spray of blooms that arches gracefully, like a dancer frozen mid-movement, each flower perfect and complex in its geometry. You marvel at how something so delicate can exist, can thrive, can bloom with such quiet confidence. Beyond the orchids, you discover a section devoted to ferns. So many varieties, some with fronds as delicate as lace, others with leaves thick and leathery. There's a maidenhair fern with fronds so fine they seem to float rather than grow, trembling slightly in currents of air you can't feel but know must be there. A bird's nest fern with its glossy apple-green fronds radiating from a central crown, and a staghorn fern mounted on a piece of weathered wood, its antler-like fronds spreading in sculptural beauty. The rain grows slightly heavier for a moment, and the sound on the glass roof intensifies, a soft crescendo, a gentle reminder that the world outside continues its ancient patterns while you rest here, safe and dry and held. The plants seem to respond to the change, their leaves rustling almost imperceptibly, as though they too are listening, grateful, alive. You find yourself at the center of the greenhouse now, where the space opens up into something like a room within a room. Here, someone has created a sitting area, a comfortable arrangement that seems to exist solely for moments like this. There's an old wooden chair with worn arms and a deep seat, piled with soft cushions in shades of cream and sage green, and a dusty lavender that echoes the herbs you passed earlier. The wood of the chair is dark with age and polish, smooth beneath your hand when you touch the arm, carrying the warmth of countless other hands, other moments of rest. Beside the chair, A small round table holds a few carefully chosen objects, each one placed with intention, with care. There's a pottery mug, still warm to the touch, and filled with chamomile tea that steams gently in the cool air, wisps of vapor rising and dissipating like tiny ghosts of comfort. A soft wool blanket, folded neatly but ready to be unfolded, in a shade of cream that seems to hold light, and a lantern, its flame steady and golden, casting a small pool of warmth and illumination. There's also a book, an old volume with a worn green cover and gilded edges, lying closed, patient, as though it's been waiting for you. And beside it, a small glass vase holding a single stem of jasmine, its white star-shaped flowers releasing a fragrance so sweet and peaceful, it makes you sigh without meaning to. You settle into the chair, and it receives you like an embrace. The cushions are soft, conforming to your body, supporting you exactly where you need support. You can feel the chair taking your weight, welcoming it, as though it has been waiting all day for this moment, for you. You pull the blanket across your lap, and its weight is comforting, its texture like a gentle hand. The wool is soft but substantial, and as you unfold it fully and draw it up higher, you can feel the warmth of it seeping into your legs, your core, spreading outward until you feel wrapped in comfort. You lift the mug of tea, wrapping both hands around it, feeling its warmth flow into your palms, your fingers. The ceramic is smooth and pleasant, and the heat it radiates is perfect, warm enough to be comforting, not so hot as to be uncomfortable. The steam rises, carrying with it the subtle, sweet scent of chamomile, that honey-like fragrance that speaks of meadows and healing and quiet, restful nights. You bring the mug to your lips and sip slowly. The tea is perfect, not too hot, not too cool. It tastes like liquid calm, like peace distilled into water. You feel it travel down your throat into your chest, spreading warmth and ease through your entire body. From where you sit, you can see the entire greenhouse spread around you. The plants with their infinite variations of green, from pale jade to deep forest, from yellow-green to blue-green to the almost black-green of certain shadows. The flowers adding their notes of colour, lavender and white, pink and coral and yellow, and the deep purple of those remarkable orchids. The glass walls, now completely streaked with rain, transforming the world beyond into an impressionistic painting of greys and greens and shadows. Above you, the peaked glass roof reveals the sky. It's darker now, true night having arrived while you've been exploring. Through the rain-washed glass, you can just barely make out stars beginning to appear. Small, distant points of light that seem to flicker and dance as raindrops slide across the panes. It's like watching stars through water, through tears, through the veil between waking and dreaming. The rain has found its rhythm now, steady, constant, neither increasing nor decreasing. It's become part of the air itself, part of the breathing of this space. You close your eyes for a moment and just listen. The patter on the glass roof, each drop distinct yet part of the whole. The occasional heavier drop that must be falling from a tree branch outside, hitting the glass with a slightly different tone. The softer whisper as rain touches leaves, earth, stone, and beneath it all, barely audible but somehow present, the sound of water trickling, perhaps a small fountain somewhere in the greenhouse, or rain finding its way along gutters and drain pipes, or simply the music that water makes when it's flowing, moving, alive. Your breathing has slowed without any effort on your part. Deep, easy breaths that fill your lungs completely, then release fully, matching the pace of the rain. In, out, in, out. Each breath carries away a little more tension, a few more thoughts, until your mind begins to feel clear and spacious like the greenhouse itself, sheltered but open, contained but free. You open your eyes again, taking another sip of tea. The warmth spreads through you like a soft glow, like light moving through water. You notice details you missed before. On the table nearest you, a jade plant with thick, glossy leaves, each one perfect and geometric, holding water within them like small reservoirs of life. A spider plant with its cascading babies, each small plant a promise of new growth, new life, dangling on delicate stems like small green bells. A fern with fronds so delicate they seem to float rather than grow, moving slightly in currents of air you can't feel, but know must be there, because everything here is alive, breathing, moving in its own slow dance. There's a succulent garden in a wide, shallow bowl. Tiny plants with leaves like roses, like pebbles, like small green sculptures. Some are tinged with pink or purple at their tips, colours that speak of sun and adaptation and survival. And in another pot, a string of pearls plant cascades over the edge, its spherical leaves like a beaded curtain, like a necklace of living jade. The light continues to shift subtly as you watch. The candles flicker in their lanterns, making shadows move across the brick floor, across the leaves, across your hands resting on the chair's arms. The twilight outside deepens to full darkness, but the rain keeps falling, visible now only as streaks of silver catching the light as they slide down the glass, as small splashes when drops hit the wet ground outside or the leaves of plants growing near the greenhouse walls. You let your head rest back against the chair's cushions. The ceiling is beautiful from this angle, a cathedral of iron and glass, geometric and elegant, holding back the night and the rain while allowing you to see them, to be part of them without being exposed to them. It's like being inside a protective bubble, or a snow globe, or a dream that knows it's a dream and revels in that knowing. The iron framework forms patterns overhead. Triangles and rectangles, lines that intersect and support, creating a structure that is both sturdy and delicate. And beyond the glass, the night sky continues to reveal itself. More stars now, becoming visible as your eyes adjust and as the clouds shift. They seem impossibly far away and yet also intimate, as though they're shining just for you, just for this moment. Time has stopped mattering. You might have been here for minutes or hours. It doesn't matter. The rain measures time differently, in drops and rhythms and the slow darkening of sky. You're on rain time now, plant time, the time of growth and rest and natural cycles that have nothing to do with clocks or schedules or anywhere you need to be. You notice a climbing vine nearby, winding up one of the iron pillars that supports the greenhouse's frame. Its leaves are heart-shaped, a deep, rich green with prominent veins, and it climbs with such patient determination, wrapping itself around the metal, reaching always upward toward the light. You think about how plants know, somehow, what they need to do, how they reach for sun and send roots toward water, how they bloom when it's time to bloom and rest when it's time to rest, how they exist in perfect harmony with the rain, the seasons, the earth. There's wisdom in this, ancient and simple. The tea in your cup is almost finished. You drink the last sip slowly, savoring the warmth, the taste, the simple pleasure of something nourishing and kind. When it's gone, you set the cup gently back on the table, hearing the soft clink of pottery on wood, a small, satisfying sound that seems to echo for a moment before being absorbed by the rain and the breathing silence of growing things. The blanket is still across your lap, and you pull it higher now, up to your chest, tucking it around your shoulders. The wool is soft and slightly rough at the same time, comforting in its texture, its weight. You're warm now, thoroughly warm, the kind of deep warmth that comes from being dry and sheltered while the rain falls outside. The warmth of safety, of home, of being exactly where you need to be. Around you, the greenhouse continues its quiet life. You're aware of the plants breathing, taking in what you breathe out, giving back what you need. It's a perfect exchange, ancient and simple, the most fundamental relationship between your kind and theirs. You're part of this ecosystem now, part of this sheltered, growing, resting space. The thought is deeply comforting. You're not alone here. You're surrounded by life, by green and growing things that ask nothing of you but are generous with their gifts. Oxygen and beauty, fragrance and the simple peace of their presence. You let your eyes drift closed again, though you're not quite ready to sleep yet. there's too much peace here to rush past it. Instead, you simply exist, suspended in this moment that feels like it could last forever. The rain continues, sometimes slightly louder, sometimes softer, but always there, always falling. Your breath continues, deep and slow, in and out, barely any effort at all. The darkness behind your eyelids is soft and welcoming, not empty but full of possibility, like rich soil waiting for seeds. You can hear, very faintly, the sound of leaves rustling. Perhaps it's the climbing vine near you, or the ferns responding to some subtle shift in humidity or temperature. Plants are always moving, always adjusting, always reaching and growing and breathing. It's just that they do it so slowly, so patiently, that we usually don't notice. But here, in this quiet space, with your eyes closed and your breathing slow, you can sense it, the aliveness of everything around you. When you open your eyes again, the greenhouse has grown even dimmer. Some of the candles have burned lower, their flames smaller now. The light they cast softer, more intimate. The wax has pooled in the bottom of the lanterns, and the flames dance in these small pools, reflected and multiplied. Through the glass walls, the night outside is complete. No more twilight, no more lingering day, just darkness and rain and the occasional glimmer of stars between clouds. You feel yourself sinking deeper into the chair, into the cushions, into the blanket. Your body is so heavy now, so relaxed, as though you're made of the same earth that holds the roots of all these plants. Your limbs feel weighted, content to rest, having no desire to move. Even your thoughts are slowing, becoming less like thoughts, and more like the drifting of leaves on water, present but not insistent, there but not demanding. The rain sounds like music now. You can hear different notes in it. The higher pitch of drops hitting glass directly overhead, the deeper sound of water running along the gutters, the soft percussion of rain on leaves outside, the occasional ping when a drop hits metal. It's a composition without beginning or end, improvised by nature, performed for an audience of growing things and sleepy souls seeking shelter. And you realize, this is the oldest music in the world. Rain has been falling, making this exact music, for as long as there have been ears to hear it. You think, vaguely, about how perfect this is, how you didn't know you needed this until you found it, how the garden path led you here at exactly the right moment, just as the rain began, just as evening was falling, just as you were ready to stop, to rest, to let go. Sometimes life offers these gifts, moments of perfect alignment, where you're exactly where you need to be, when you need to be there. One of the plants near you, a tall leafy thing with broad fronds whose name you don't know, but whose presence you're grateful for, moves slightly in a draft you can't feel. Its leaves rustle, just barely. A whisper of green on green. Sounds like a reassurance, like a plant saying, "You're safe here. Rest here. We'll keep watch while you sleep." And you believe it. You trust these plants, this space, this rain. They've existed long before you arrived and will continue long after you leave. They know about cycles and seasons, about the necessity of rest, about how darkness and water and quiet are not things to fear, but things to welcome. Things that nourish and heal and allow for new growth. Your eyelids are heavy now, so heavy. Each time you blink, it takes more effort to open them again. The light filtering through your lashes is warm and golden and blurred, like honey, like the light in old photographs, like memory itself. The sounds around you, the rain, the rustling leaves, the occasional soft settling of the greenhouse itself as materials expand and contract with temperature, are becoming distant, as though you're hearing them from underwater, from far away, from a place between here and somewhere else. The blanket has become part of you, its warmth indistinguishable from your own. You're cocooned, held, supported. The chair beneath you feels like it's cradling you, rocking you gently though you know it's not moving. Everything is still, and yet everything is moving. The rain falling, the plants growing, your breath flowing, the night deepening, the stars wheeling overhead in their ancient, patient dance. You let your eyes close one more time, and this time you don't fight to open them. The darkness is welcoming, soft, like being wrapped in velvet or moss or the space between stars. You can still hear the rain, but it's no longer separate from you. It's part of your breathing now, part of your heartbeat. The rhythm of rain on glass has become the rhythm of your own pulse. Slow, steady, reliable. You're the rain, and the rain is falling, and everything is exactly as it should be. The greenhouse holds you. The plants breathe with you. The rain falls for you, singing its ancient lullaby, the song it's been singing since the first rain fell on the first leaves of the first garden. And you are part of that song now, part of that ancient ongoing story of water and earth and growing things and rest. Somewhere above, through layers of glass and rain and night, stars are wheeling in their slow dance across the cosmos. But you don't need to see them to know they're there. You can feel them, the way you can feel everything now, the wholeness of the world, the connection between rain and earth and plant and sky and breath and rest. Everything connected, everything part of the same great pattern, the same unfolding dance. You're sinking now, gently, slowly, like a leaf settling onto still water, like a seed settling into soil, like rain soaking into thirsty earth. There's no resistance, no fear, no worry about how deep you'll go or where you'll land. You trust this falling, this letting go, this surrender to peace. The warmth of the blanket surrounds you like an embrace. The softness of the cushions supports you like hands. The shelter of the greenhouse protects you like wings. And the rain, the constant gentle rain, continues its patient falling, its endless song, its reminder that some things are eternal, reliable, trustworthy. Your breath is barely visible now, just the slightest rise and fall of the blanket. Your heartbeat has slowed to its resting pace, steady and strong. Your muscles have released all their tension, surrendering to gravity, to rest, to the support of this chair, this place, this moment. The last thing you're aware of, though even aware is too strong a word for this gentle drifting knowing, is the sound of rain. It's become everything. Rhythm and melody, heartbeat and lullaby. The only sound in the universe, and also somehow silence itself. The most peaceful sound there is. The sound of the world taking care of itself, of water returning to earth, of the great cycle continuing as it always has, as it always will. And then, so naturally you don't even notice it happening, you slip from waking into sleeping, from consciousness into dreams, from the greenhouse into an even deeper shelter, the place where souls rest, where bodies heal, where all living things go when they need to be renewed. The rain continues falling as it always has, as it always will. Each drop a small blessing, a tiny gift, a whisper of continuity and care. The plants continue growing, reaching, breathing in their own slow time. Their roots dig deeper into soil. Their leaves unfurl toward light. They do what they have always done, what they will always do, with patience and persistence and perfect trust in the process. The greenhouse stands, sheltering, glowing softly in the darkness, a beacon of warmth and life and peace. Its glass walls hold back the weather while letting you see it, participate in it, be safe within it. A perfect boundary between you and the world, protecting without isolating. And you rest, deeply and completely held by all of it, the rain, the glass, the earth, the leaves, the night itself. You rest the way plants rest in winter, the way rain rests in clouds before falling, the way the earth rests between seasons. This is holy rest, necessary rest, the rest that allows for growth and healing and the renewal of all things. Rest now. Let the rain sing you deeper into sleep. Let the plants breathe for you while you journey in dreams. Let the darkness hold you like a tender hand, like a loving parent watching over a sleeping child. You are safe here, in this garden, in this greenhouse, in this moment that stretches on like a beautiful dream, infinite and gentle and exactly what you needed. The rain falls soft and steady. You sleep, deep and peaceful. All is well, all is well, all is well. The lighthouse keeper's rainy night, a soothing coastal sleep story. The first drops touch you while you're still only halfway up the harbour steps, those old granite slabs laid by men who have been dust for 150 years. They are so slight that for a moment you think it is only the usual sea mist, the fine haze that rises whenever wind meets warm current in this cove. But then another drop lands, deliberate and cool, right at the hollow where your collarbone dips beneath the wool of your sweater. Another kisses the back of your hand, the one gripping the iron rail, and then another, and another, until the air itself seems to exhale water. The rain has decided to begin, and once it decides, it never hesitates. You stop climbing for a breath or two, just long enough to turn your face upward. The sky is not yet dark. It is the colour of wet ash, luminous and depthless. A single band of pale gold lingers far out where the world curves away, as though the sun has left a last coin on the horizon before slipping into its pocket for the night. The rain falls through that distant light and arrives silver, each drop briefly catching the glow before it lands. From where you stand, the harbour water looks like hammered pewter, and every falling drop strikes a perfect fleeting circle that widens, touches its neighbours, and vanishes. Thousands upon thousands of small vanishings, making one continuous trembling skin across the surface. You smile, small and private, because you've been waiting for this rain all week. The forecast promised it. The gulls sensed it. The ache in your left knee confirmed it. But promises are one thing, arrival is another. Now it is here, soft as forgiveness, and you feel something inside you unclench that you did not know was clenched. You continue upward, slowly. There is no need to rush. The lighthouse has stood on this cliff since the year the clipper ship still ruled the Atlantic, and it will stand long after tonight. Your boots know every irregularity in the steps. The place where the third stair from the top has a hollow, worn by generations of keepers. The spot where the railing is polished smooth by countless palms. Rainwater begins to gather in these small depressions, turning them into shallow mirrors that reflect the sky's slow darkening. Your reflection moves across them in fragments, an eye, a mouth, the edge of a grey beard, before the next drop falls and breaks the image. Halfway up, the wind finds you. It comes from the northwest, smelling of cold iron and deep water, carrying the voices of waves you cannot yet see. It lifts the edges of your coat, presses the wet wool against your legs, pushes your hair back from your forehead, like a mother preparing a child for sleep. You taste salt on your lips, though whether it is from the sea or the rain you no longer try to distinguish. Here, everything is salt in the end. At the final landing, the lighthouse waits exactly as it has waited every evening of your adult life. The whitewash has gone the colour of gull wings in winter, streaked with lichen the shade of old copper. The stones are dark with wet now, almost black, and the rain slides down them in shining rivulets that catch what little light remains. The tower rises above you, solid and certain, its lantern room a pale crown against the sky. Ivy clings to the lower walls, leaves glossy and trembling as the drops strike them. Somewhere inside that green mass, a wren is scolding the weather, its voice thin and fierce and quickly drowned. The door is the same sea glass blue it has been since the Coast Guard crew repainted it 6 springs ago. The brass handle is cool, slick with rain, and when you push, the hinges give their familiar half-protesting, half-welcoming creak that always sounds like the building clearing its throat. You step over the raised sill, old habit against winter storms, and pull the door closed behind you. The latch clicks with soft finality, and suddenly the rain is no longer on your skin, but all around you, a few inches away, speaking in a different voice now that it has a roof to converse with. Inside, the air is 10 degrees warmer and smells of lamp oil, beeswax, wood smoke from this morning's fire, and the particular damp stone scent that never quite leaves these walls. The change is immediate and visceral. Shoulders drop, lungs deepen. The day's small frettings begin to loosen their grip. You stand still for a long moment, letting the tower settle around you, the way a heavy quilt settles over a bed. The rain on the conical roof overhead is no longer a scattering of individual drops, but one long, continuous hush, like a mother shushing a room full of restless children. It is the sound the world makes when it decides to be gentle. The ground floor room is round and low-ceilinged, everything placed exactly where hands have placed things for decades. To your left, the small cast-iron stove you still prefer, the electric unit they installed last year. On its flat top sits the blackened kettle that once belonged to Keeper MacLeod, who retired the year you arrived. Straight ahead, the deal table with its single chair facing the largest window. On the sill, a pot of rosemary has survived another summer and is now leggy but fragrant. Books lean against one another on the shelf above. Tide tables going back to 1973, a water-stained copy of Rachel Carson, the logbook bound in green leather, 3 novels you have read so many times the pages feel like cloth. You do none of the evening chores yet. Instead, you drift to the window, palms resting on the cool sill, and look out. From here, the harbour is a small, bright comma far below, the boats tucked in like sleeping birds. Beyond them, the open sea has already surrendered its colour to night. Only the white crests of waves remain, moving lines of faint phosphorescence. Rain falls in perfectly straight silver lines, visible because the last light is directly behind them. Each drop is a needle of light. For the second it exists between sky and sea. You watch until your eyes unfocus, and the rain becomes one trembling curtain rather than countless separate drops. Only then do you move to the stove. The kettle is heavy cast iron and takes its time, but you are grateful for the ritual. You fill it from the tap, the pipes groan like an old dog turning over. Set it on the burner, strike a match. The gas lights with the soft pop, blue flame licking the kettle's underside. While it heats, you take down the cream-coloured mug you threw yourself the winter you took up pottery. Slightly lopsided, handle a little too thick. Perfect. From the tin, you spoon chamomile. You grew in the sheltered corner behind the oil house. Lavender your daughter sent from the mainland last birthday. A pinch of lemon balm that somehow self-seeded in a crack near the door. The herbs are dry and brittle and release their scent the moment they touch the hot water. Some are captured and stored against nights exactly like this. You carry the steaming mug to the chair, settle into the faded indigo cushion that has shaped itself to you over thousands of evenings, and simply sit. The window is open a hand width. Rain sound pours in. Cool air touches your face. Steam from the mug curls upward, mingling with your breath. You cup the warmth between your palms and feel it travel into your wrists, your forearms, your chest. The first sip is almost too hot, scalding the tip of your tongue, then blooming into sweetness as the honey melts. Chamomile, lavender, honey, salt air, the taste of homecoming. Outside, the world continues its quiet dissolution. The pale band on the horizon has finally given up. The sky is now one deep, even grey threaded with deeper blue. The rain has found its full voice, no longer tentative but sure, steady, endless. It is the sound water makes when it remembers it is also sky. You sit long enough for the mug to cool from scalding to warm to merely comforting. Long enough for the gulls to give up their crying and settle wherever gulls settle at night. Long enough for the day's small worries, the overdue letter, the ache in your knee, the question of whether the new LED array will really outlast you, to drift to the edges of thought and stay there, too polite to intrude. Long enough for your spine to forget it ever held tension. When the mug is empty except for the dark scatter of herbs at the bottom, you rise. The kettle has gone quiet. The stove clicks as it cools. You rinse the mug, set it upside down on the drain board, and turn toward the staircase. The spiral is iron, painted the same cream as the walls, and it rises in a perfect slow coil. You rest your hand on the center pole, cool, smooth from decades of other hands, and begin to climb. Each footfall rings softly, clang, pause, clang, a slow heartbeat in the tower's chest. The air changes as you ascend, cooler, cleaner, carrying the faint, sharp scent of ozone and glass. The rain grows louder with every turn, until on the final flight it is a steady roar just above your head. The lantern room opens around you like a flower made of windows. 8 tall panes, salt-streaked but clean enough, frame the entire world. Even on a night like this, the space feels full of light. Not the hard electric glare of noon, but the soft remainder of day gathered and held here at the top of everything. The lantern itself stands in the center, brass and glass and careful engineering, waiting for your hands the way a beloved dog waits for its person to come home. You move around it with the unthinking grace of muscle memory. Check the battery levels, though you know they are fine. Wipe a cloth across the inside of the lens though you wiped it this morning. Adjust the rotation speed though it does not need adjusting. These are not chores, they are love letters written in small, precise motions. When everything's ready, you pause at the western window, palms against the cool rail, and look out one last time before night fully claims the sea. Rain streaks the glass in ever-changing rivers. Beyond it there is no horizon, no land, only the place where water and sky stitch themselves together with invisible thread. The beam, not yet lit, waits inside its crystal cage like a heart that has not yet decided to beat. You strike the match. The wick catches with a soft sigh, flame blooming gold and steady. You close the glass door, engage the motor, and the great lens begins its slow, majestic turn. The first sweep of light slides across the rain, across the waves, across miles of dark water, reaching, until it thins and disappears. Then it begins again and again, a promise made every 19 seconds, for as long as ships have needed promises. Inside the lantern room, the light is gentle, reflected and refracted into warm colour that slides across your face, your hands, the brass fittings, the rain-streaked windows. It feels like being inside a golden music box, turning slowly while the storm sings outside. You stand a final look around. Everything is as it should be. The light is lit, the rain is falling, the sea is breathing. The evening at last is entirely yours. You descend the iron stairs much more slowly than you climbed them, letting the tower hold you a little longer. When you reach the ground again, the lower room is almost dark. Only the faint glow from the stove's pilot light and the soft pulse of the great beam passing overhead every 19 seconds. You leave the lamp unlit. There is enough light to see by, and more than enough darkness to rest in. You hang your coat on its peg, toe off your boots, pad across the worn rug to the small bedroom that opens off the main room. The bed is already turned down, sheets cool and smooth. You slide between them with the sigh of a man who has carried just enough weight for one day. The pillow receives your head. The blankets settle over you with exactly the right pressure. Above you, far above, the light keeps turning. Around you, the rain keeps falling. Below you, the sea keeps speaking in its slow, tireless language. You close your eyes. The day releases you completely, and the night, rain-drenched, light-wrapped, endless, opens its arms and takes you in. You stay longer than you intended in the lantern room, long after the last trace of daylight has dissolved into the rain. The beam moves across the inside of the glass like a slow searchlight looking for something it already knows is safe. Each time it passes, the falling drops ignite, tiny comets, brief sparks of pure white, before they vanish into the dark again. The sound of the rain on the dome above you is no longer merely sound. It has become a living presence, a second skin of water just inches from your head, breathing with you, exhaling coolness onto your hair. You ease yourself onto the narrow bench that circles half the room. The cushion is thin, but the folded blanket on it, the one your grandmother sent the first winter you kept the light alone, is thick Shetland wool, still holding the faint sweetness of the lavender sachets she tucked into every parcel. You pull the second blanket from the chest under the window and drape it over your shoulders. Its weight settles like forgiving hands across your back. The wool is slightly damp from the air, and it warms instantly against your skin. You let your head fall back against the curved stone wall. The chill of it seeps through your hair and down the nape of your neck, delicious, grounding, reminding you that you are held inside something ancient and unbreakable. From this perch you can see the entire night. To the west, the open Atlantic is only motion and darkness, waves rising and collapsing in slow, patient breaths. To the east, the faint necklace of lights from the village on the mainland has already gone out. People there are asleep or pretending to be. North and south there is nothing but rain and more rain, a silver curtain drawn across the world. The beam sweeps through it all, indifferent and precise. 19 seconds of brightness, 19 seconds of darkness, over and over, the heartbeat of something far larger than yourself. You close your eyes just to feel it better. Even through your lids the light arrives, a soft rose gold pulse that swells and fades, like someone laying a warm palm over your face and lifting it away again. The rhythm finds its way into your blood. Your shoulders loosen. The small knot that has lived between them since morning finally unties itself. Your hands, still curled loosely in your lap, open palm up as though waiting for the rain to fall directly into them. You think, dimly, that you could sleep here. Many keepers have. There are stories of old men found at dawn curled on this very bench like cats, faces peaceful, boots still on. The thought does not alarm you. It feels almost inviting. But the bed downstairs has been waiting all day. Sheets aired this morning, quilt turned back in silent invitation. So eventually you rise slowly, joints creaking in gentle protest, and begin the long, slow descent. The iron stairs are cool under your bare hand. Each step rings the same soft note it has rung for 150 years, a quiet bell saying, "You are home, you are home, you are home." Halfway down, the rain changes pitch again, becoming deeper, more intimate, as though you are farther from the roof now. The sound travels through the stones themselves and meets you inside your ribs. The living room below is almost completely dark, lit only by the faint red eye of the stove and the slow, golden heartbeat of the great light passing overhead every 19 seconds. You light the small oil lamp on the table anyway, turning the wick down until the flame is no more than a trembling teardrop. The glow reaches just far enough to touch the edges of the furniture, to make the books on the shelf look like sleeping animals, to gild the kettle still faintly warm from earlier. Shadows pool in the corners, thick and comforting like extra blankets. The alcove bedroom is no more than 6 paces away, but you move as though through deep water, reluctant to disturb the hush. The bed is narrow and high, built into the thick wall the way ships' bunks are built into hulls. so the mattress is cradled on 3 sides by stone. Someone, perhaps you, perhaps a kinder version of yourself from another evening, has left the window cracked 2 finger widths. Cool, rain-scented air drifts in, carrying the faintest percussion of drops on the slate sill outside. You can hear every layer now, the quick, bright chatter on the copper gutter, the deeper drum on the roof, the hushed applause where rain meets sea. You undress without hurry, folding each garment over the chair the way you have done 10,000 times. Sweater, shirt, trousers, socks. The air touches your skin like a question, and your skin answers yes. I am ready to be cool, ready to be held. When you slide between the sheets, they are startlingly cold for 1 heartbeat. Then they warm so quickly it feels as though the bed itself is breathing with relief at your return. The linen is smooth, almost silken from countless washings in soft water and wind. The quilt, heavy patched velvet on one side, faded indigo cotton on the other, settles over you with perfect authority, pressing you gently into the mattress the way deep water presses a diver toward the quiet below. You lie on your back, one arm flung above your head, the other resting over your heart. The pillow is goose down and lavender. Every time you turn your head, you release another ghost of summer. Through the cracked window, the rain speaks continuously, patiently, telling the story of how water returns to water, how everything that rises must eventually fall, how falling can be the gentlest motion in the world. Your breathing slows until you can no longer tell where your breath ends and the rain begins. Each inhale draws in the cool, mineral scent of storm. Each exhale releases the last faint tension in your calves, your thighs, the small muscles around your eyes. Your body grows heavier, not with fatigue, but with trust. The mattress receives you, the stone walls receive you, the night itself receives you. Far above, the great lens keeps turning. You feel it as a pressure behind your closed eyelids. Light, dark, like a loving hand checking that you are still safely dreaming. You no longer need to count the seconds. You no longer need to guard anything. The light has its own keeper now. Electricity, gears, the patient physics of rotation. All the lives that might depend on that beam tonight are safe in hands far steadier than yours ever were. A final thought drifts across the soft surface of your mind like a gull across calm water. I am allowed to rest. Then even that thought loosens, unravels, sinks. The rain keeps falling, intimate and endless. The light keeps turning, faithful and tireless. The sea keeps breathing, vast and unhurried. And you, who once carried the weight of every ship that ever passed in the dark, let go completely. You sleep, held in the cradle of stone and wool and water, while the storm sings its oldest lullaby around you. 19 seconds of light, 19 seconds of darkness. Over and over, like a promise kept forever. The rain speaks in 1,000 voices on the roof above your head. It drums hard on the copper sheeting of the lantern deck, softer on the slate tiles, softer still on the thick stone parapet. It hisses when it hits the hot glass of the lens far above and turns to instant steam. It taps delicate fingers on the window panes beside your bed, strokes the ivy that clings to the outer wall, slaps the wild grass that grows in the cracks of the rocks below. Each surface gives the rain a different timbre, and all of them together make a chord that has played unbroken for hours. You lie in the centre of that chord, the still point around which the music turns. Your bedroom is small and round, tucked just beneath the service room, and every inch of it has been shaped by decades of your living. The walls are whitewashed stone, cool to the touch even in summer, and they breathe with the damp the way old buildings do. There is a faint scent of lamp oil that will never fully leave, no matter how many times you air the place out, mingled now with the clean, metallic smell of rain coming through the cracked window. On the dresser sits the old brass chronometer you wound every night for 30 years. Its ticking has grown slightly erratic lately, but you no longer mind. Across from the bed hangs the framed photograph of your wife on the day you brought her here as a bride. She is laughing into the wind, hair flying, and the glass is speckled with dried salt that you have never quite managed to wipe away. These things are your companions now, quiet and undemanding. The mattress beneath you is deep and forgiving. It has moulded itself to the shape of your body over countless nights, the way tide pools conform to the rocks they cradle. The sheets are heavy linen, washed until they are butter soft, and they carry the faint fragrance of the lavender sachets you still tuck into the drawers out of habit. 2 wool blankets, one navy, one the faded red your mother knit the year you took this posting, lie across you with exactly the right weight. Enough to feel held, not enough to feel trapped. Your feet are warm inside thick socks. Your shoulders are loose. There is no part of you that is fighting the bed, and the bed in turn is not fighting you. Everything has reached the agreement that tonight is for peace. Outside, the wind moves around the tower the way a cat moves around a sleeping owner's legs. Restless, familiar, unable to leave. It whistles through the railing of the gallery, moans softly in the flue of the old chimney you no longer use, flings handfuls of rain against the windows like a child demanding attention. But the tower was built in 1874 to withstand hurricanes, and this is only an ordinary December storm. The stones do not even shiver. They have stood through worse. They will stand through this. You feel their indifference in your marrow, and it is immensely comforting. Whatever happens out there in the dark, the lighthouse will remain. And so, by extension, will you. Your thoughts that used to arrive like gulls, noisy, circling, insistent, have quieted. Earlier this evening there was still the small fret about the cracked pane in the watchroom, the guilt that you have not written to your daughter in almost a month, the vague worry about the pain in your left knee that seems worse when the weather turns. But the rain has washed those thoughts downstream. They floated away on its current, growing smaller and smaller, until they vanished over the edge of waking. What remains is only sensation, the cool air on your cheek, the gentle pressure of the pillow against the back of your skull, the subtle rise and fall of your own chest. Even memory has gone soft. You're not thinking of the past or the future. You're simply here, inside this body, inside this room, inside this night. Somewhere far off, a buoy bell clangs 3 times, pause 3 times again, as the swell lifts and lifts it. The sound carries across miles of water, thin and metallic, lonely and perfect. You have heard that bell every night for decades, and it has become as familiar as your own pulse. Tonight it feels like a lullaby composed specially for you. You imagine the bell's iron tongue swinging in its cage, the barnacles on its flanks, the cold green water sliding past. The image is vivid for a moment, then it too loosens and drifts. Your eyelids are heavy, deliciously heavy. The darkness behind them is not the hard black of underground places, but a deep indigo shot through with subtle violet, the colour of the sea just before sunrise. Occasionally the beam of the lighthouse sweeps across the windows and a faint pulse of light finds its way through the curtains. Painting the inside of your lids rose for an instant before fading again. It is like being kissed gently on the forehead every 19 seconds. You no longer count the intervals the way you once did. You simply receive them. Breathing has become an act of luxury. Each inhale draws in the smell of rain and stone and old wood. Each exhale releases everything else. Your ribcage rises like a slow tide, falls like a slow tide. There is no hurry. There is no need to do anything with the breath except allow it. In, out, in, out. The rhythm is older than language, older than lighthouses, older than the idea of safety itself. It is the same rhythm the ocean uses when it speaks to the shore. I am here, I am here, I am here. You feel the moment approaching, that sweet, slippery moment when the mind finally unhooks itself from the day. It is not a dramatic surrender. There is no trumpet blast, no angelic choir. It is more like stepping off a low dock into calm water. One moment you are standing, the next you are floating, and you're not sure exactly when the change took place. The rain is louder now, or perhaps you're simply deeper inside it. The sound fills every corner of your awareness until there is nothing else. You are the sound. The sound is you. And then even that distinction dissolves. The light keeps turning above you will still be turning when dawn comes pale and rain washed across the horizon. The gulls will come back to wheel and cry around the gallery. The kettle will need filling, the logbook will need its entry, the cracked pane will still be cracked. All of that will wait. The world very kindly agrees to pause while you travel wherever it is. The mind goes when it's granted true rest. Perhaps you will dream of your wife laughing into the wind. Perhaps you will dream of nothing at all. Both are gifts. The rain falls without ceasing, generous and indifferent, washing the salt from the stones, feeding the tough little plants that cling to the cliffs, carrying the wide world's grief and joy alike out to sea where it can disperse into something too vast to wound. It falls on the roof above your bed, on the gallery railing, on the lens that still faithfully turns and turns. It falls on the endless moving skin of the ocean, dimpling it with a million brief kisses. It falls on you, though you no longer feel it. You're beyond weather now. You're beyond needing. The lighthouse keeps its lonely, perfect vigil. The tower stands wrapped in storm the way a mother wraps a child in a blanket, firmly, completely, without question. And you whose hands once lit the lamps, whose eyes once searched the dark for ships in distress, whose heart once carried the weight of every soul that passed this coast, sleep. You sleep as deeply as the stones. You sleep as trustingly as a gull asleep on the air. You sleep held in the cradle of rain song and light, and the ancient, unbreakable conversation between sea and shore. The rain falls, and falls, and falls, and you sleep. Old books and distant foghorns. A seaside antiquarian study sleep tale. You arrive at the bookshop just as the afternoon is fading into evening, that particular hour when the light turns soft and golden, filtering through the salt-hazed air of the coast. The street is narrow and cobbled, winding down toward the harbour where masts sway gently against a sky turning the colour of pearl and lavender. You've been walking for a while, though you can't quite remember when you started or why you chose this particular route through the old town. The shop appears before you almost unexpectedly, tucked between two weathered stone buildings that lean toward each other like old friends sharing secrets. The sign above the door is hand-painted in faded gilt letters, Maritime Books and Curiosities. Beneath it, a smaller notice reads Est, 1847. The windows are deep set and mullioned, their thick glass rippling with age, and through them you can see the warm glow of lamps illuminating towers of books that reach toward shadowed ceilings. A small brass bell chimes softly as you push open the heavy wooden door, its sound clear and welcoming. The scent that greets you is immediate and enveloping. Old paper and leather, beeswax and dust, with underneath it all the faint tang of the sea. It's a smell that seems to slow time itself. That makes your shoulders drop and your breathing deepen without conscious thought. Inside, the shop stretches back farther than seems possible from the street. Shelves line every wall from floor to ceiling, packed with volumes in every size and state of preservation. Some are bound in cracked leather the colour of chocolate or wine, their spines stamped with gold that has tarnished to a soft gleam. Others are more modest, cloth-covered and sun-faded, their pages rough-cut and yellowing. There are nautical charts rolled and tied with ribbon, framed maps of coastlines that no longer exist, and glass-fronted cases displaying ships' logs written in copperplate script. The floorboards creak gently beneath your feet, old wood that has settled into its place over more than a century. Each board is slightly uneven, worn smooth by countless footsteps, and walking across them is like moving across the deck of a ship at anchor. A gentle reminder that you're never quite still when you're this close to the water. No one seems to be minding the shop. There's a desk near the front, its surface covered with stacks of books, and a brass lamp with a green glass shade. But the chair behind it is empty. A small sign propped against a brass scale reads, "Please browse freely." And so you do. You move deeper into the shop, drawn by curiosity and the peaceful atmosphere that seems to muffle the sound of the street outside. Here a narrow staircase winds upward, its banister smooth beneath your hand. You climb slowly, feeling no urgency, letting your fingers trail along the spines of books shelved at the staircase's edge. Poetry, navigation, natural history. The categories seem to blur and overlap in ways that defy conventional organization, as though the books have arranged themselves according to some older, more intuitive logic. The second floor is quieter still. The ceiling slops beneath the eaves, and dormer windows look out over rooftops toward the harbour. You can see the water from here, a wide expanse of grey-blue stretching to the horizon, stippled with the first soft drops of rain that have just begun to fall. The light is growing dimmer now, the sky deepening from pearl to silver to something darker, and lamps throughout the shop are beginning to glow more brightly in response. At the far end of this upper floor, almost hidden behind a particularly tall shelf of maritime atlases, you notice another door. It's narrower than the others, painted a soft shade of blue-grey that matches the sea outside, and it stands just slightly ajar. Warm light spills through the opening, and you catch the scent of something new. Wood smoke, perhaps, and the faint suggestion of tea. You approach slowly, not wanting to intrude, but drawn forward nonetheless. The door opens soundlessly at your gentle push, and you find yourself looking into a room that takes your breath away. It's a study, small and perfectly proportioned, occupying what must be a corner turret of the building. 3 of its walls are lined with books from floor to ceiling, but the 4th wall is almost entirely windows, tall casements that curve slightly to follow the turret's round shape. Beyond the glass, the view opens onto the harbour and the sea beyond, now beginning to blur as the rain falls more steadily, creating patterns on the window panes that catch and scatter the lamplight. The room is furnished with evident care but without pretension. There's a deep armchair upholstered in worn green velvet, positioned to face the windows, with a footstool drawn up before it. A small table stands beside the chair, its surface just large enough to hold a teacup, a pair of reading glasses, and a book left open and face down as though someone has just stepped away for a moment. Against one wall, between the bookshelves, a narrow fireplace holds a small fire that burns with steady, quiet flames, filling the room with gentle warmth and the clean scent of burning apple wood. More lamps are scattered throughout, a brass floor lamp arcing over the reading chair, smaller lamps on the shelves casting pools of honey-coloured light across the book spines. The overall effect is of a place held in amber, suspended outside the regular flow of time, waiting patiently for something or someone. The rain is audible now, a soft percussion against the windows and the slate roof above. It's not a heavy rain, nothing harsh or demanding, just a steady, gentle presence that seems to wrap the room in an additional layer of quietness and privacy. And beneath the rain, so faint you almost miss it at first, comes the sound that gives this place its particular character, the distant melancholy call of a foghorn from somewhere out in the harbour. It's a sound that seems to come from very far away, muffled by rain and distance, a low note that rises, holds, and fades, then silence. Then, after a long moment, it comes again, patient, rhythmic, like the breathing of some vast, gentle creature keeping watch over the sleeping sea. You step fully into the room, and somehow you know, without needing to be told, without any sense of trespassing, that this space is meant for you, that it has been waiting for you, perhaps for a very long time. The thought should be strange, but instead it brings a deep sense of rightness, of homecoming, as though you've finally arrived at a destination you didn't know you were seeking. You move to the windows first, drawn by the view. The rain is coming down more steadily now, and the harbour below is softening into an impressionist painting, the boats becoming suggestions of shape and colour, the water a shifting grey mirror that reflects the clouded sky. The masts sway gently, almost imperceptibly, and here and there a light glows golden in a cabin window or on a dock. Farther out, where the harbour opens to the sea, you can just make out the smudged shape of the lighthouse on its rocky promontory, its lamp beginning to sweep the gathering dusk. The foghorn sounds again, and you feel it as much as hear it, a low vibration that resonates in your chest, in the old glass of the windows, in the very walls of this ancient building. It's a lonely sound, perhaps, but not a sad one. Rather, it speaks of vigilance and care, of safe harbour and guidance through the darkness. It's the sound of someone keeping watch so that others may rest. You turn from the window and let your gaze move around the room, taking in the details that make it so perfectly, impossibly welcoming. The books are old, as you'd expect in such a place, but they're arranged with clear affection. Here are volumes on tides and currents, on the migrations of seabirds, on the poetry of lighthouse keepers and the journals of Arctic explorers. There are novels too, seafaring tales certainly, but also gentler stories, books about quiet lives lived in small coastal towns, about gardens and weather and the changing seasons. On one shelf, a collection of objects serves as bookends and punctuation. A piece of sea glass in pale green, worn smooth by waves. A small brass compass in a wooden case, a photograph in a silver frame showing a three-masted ship under full sail, a perfect spiral shell that whispers of the sea when held to the ear. The fire crackles softly, settling into itself, and you realize how tired you are. Not unpleasantly so, not the exhaustion that comes from stress or difficulty, but rather the gentle tiredness that follows a long walk in clean air, the kind that makes rest feel like the most natural thing in the world. The armchair waits. You move toward it slowly, trailing your fingers along the spines of books as you pass, feeling the different textures of leather and cloth, the raised lettering of titles embossed in gold. Some of the books are warm to the touch, heated by the nearby fire. Others are cool and smooth, holding the temperature of the winter air outside. When you sink into the armchair, it receives you like an embrace. The velvet is soft beneath your hands, worn smooth in places but still plush and welcoming. The cushions yield just enough, supporting you perfectly, and you find yourself settling deeper, your body remembering what it means to truly rest. The footstool is positioned exactly right, and when you lift your feet onto it, you feel your legs relax completely, all the small tensions of walking and standing simply flowing away. Your shoulders drop, your jaw unclenches, your breathing, already slowed by the peaceful atmosphere, deepens further still. The rain continues its gentle rhythm against the windows, sometimes louder as a gust of wind drives it more firmly against the glass, sometimes softer, retreating to a whisper. The fire burns on, steady and warm. The foghorn calls, long, low, patient, and fades into silence before calling again. You notice now that there's a blanket draped over one arm of the chair, soft wool in a colour somewhere between cream and grey, the colour of sheep in morning fog. Without thinking, you pull it over yourself, spreading it across your lap and legs. It smells faintly of lavender and wood smoke, and its weight is comforting, like a gentle hand resting on your shoulder. On the small table beside you, you discover a teapot, white porcelain with a delicate pattern of blue flowers, sitting on a trivet still warm. Beside it, a cup and saucer, and when you pour, the tea that flows out is golden amber and fragrant. You can't quite identify the blend, something floral, perhaps chamomile or linden blossom, mixed with something earthier, and underneath it all a hint of honey. It tastes like comfort, like the distillation of this entire room into a warm liquid that spreads through your chest and belly, relaxing you from the inside out. You sip slowly, holding the cup in both hands, feeling the warmth seep into your palms and fingers. Outside, the evening has deepened into true dusk, and the rain shows no sign of stopping. If anything, it has settled into a steady rhythm that seems like it could last all night. The boats in the harbour have mostly extinguished their lights now. The streets below are empty. It's as though the entire world has decided collectively to stay inside and rest. The book that was left on the table catches your eye, the one that someone had been reading left open and face down. You set your teacup aside and pick it up carefully, curious to see what sort of story belongs in a room like this. The pages are soft with age, slightly yellowed but clean and unmarked. The text is set in a typeface that speaks of another era. Elegant serifs, generous spacing, wide margins. You turn to the beginning of the chapter that had been marked and find yourself reading about a sailor who, after years at sea, retires to a cottage by the shore where he tends a small garden and watches the seasons change. There's no drama to the story, no conflict or crisis, just the gentle observations of a man who has finally found peace, who measures his days by the blooming of roses and the arrival of migrating birds. The prose is simple and clear, almost transparent, the way a tide pool at dawn is transparent. You can see every grain of sand, every fragment of shell, every slow pulse of anemone, yet the water itself is barely there, only a trembling lens that makes the world beneath it more vivid. You read slowly, not because the sentences are difficult, but because each one asks to be tasted, held in the mouth like a sip of something rare and slightly salted. The words settle into your mind the way snow settles on a dark hedge, quietly, evenly, until the shape of your thoughts is softened and brightened at once. After only a few pages, your eyelids grow heavy, not the irritable, gritty heaviness of a sleepless week in cities, but the pleasant, honeyed kind that arrives after a long walk in cold air, the kind that feels like a promise rather than a defeat. Sleep is not yet demanding entrance. It is simply waiting in the hallway, patient as an old dog, ready to pad in whenever you open the door. You close the book. No need for a bookmark. You know you will find the page again without trying, and let your head sink into the worn hollow at the top of the chair. The cushion there has been shaped by countless heads before yours, a gentle depression that fits you as though it has been waiting decades for this exact angle of skull and neck. Above you, the ceiling beams are the colour of bittersweet chocolate, hand-hewn, scarred by ads and time, carrying faint traces of ancient smoke. Between them, the plaster is the soft cream of candle wax left in sunlight, and the lamplight pools there like warm milk. Every time the fire shifts, the shadows between the beams breathe, lengthening, shortening, swaying like kelp in a slow current. The rain has found its perfect cadence now, neither hurried nor languid, simply inevitable. It is the sound a mother's heartbeat makes inside the womb, a steady, enveloping presence you stopped noticing long ago yet never stopped needing. It taps on the roof tiles, murmurs in the copper gutter, hisses softly where it meets the hot chimney pot. Underneath it all, the foghorn keeps its ancient appointment with the dark. One low, round note every 33 seconds. You have stopped counting, yet your body counts for you, a subtle relaxation arriving each time the sound rolls in across the water like a slow wave across a night beach. Your eyes drift closed, not in surrender, but in trust. The room does not vanish, it simply grows softer, as though someone has laid the finest silk scarf over every sharp corner. You can still feel the precise place where the blanket's woven edge rests against your collarbone, still taste the faint ghost of bergamot from the tea you finished an hour ago, still smell the particular alchemy of this place, yellowed paper, sea salt, applewood smoke, lamp oil, the faintest trace of lavender from a sachet tucked long ago between volumes of poetry. All of it has become hushed, the way voices hush in church, not out of fear, but out of reverence. Behind your closed lids, pictures begin to gather like guests arriving quietly for a party they know will last all night. You see the harbour as it was when whale oil still burned in street lamps, tall ships leaning together at the wharves, their rigging black lace against a pewter sky, the air thick with tar and coffee and languages you almost recognise. You see a woman in a navy cloak lighting the great lamp at the top of the lighthouse, her skirt whipping in the wind, her face calm with the certainty of those who keep promises to strangers they will never meet. You see the bookshop's first owner, an old sailor turned bookseller, sitting at the very table you leaned against earlier, polishing a brass sextant while rain drums exactly like this on the roof, humming a tune without words because all the words he needed were already printed and bound and waiting on his shelves. None of these images ask to be remembered or understood. They simply drift across the private sky of your mind the way clouds drift across the moon, luminous, weightless, temporary. Some part of you knows they are not your memories, yet they fit inside you as though your soul has always had an empty room set aside for them. Time loosens. It may be minutes or hours. The rain does not care. The fire does not care. The foghorn measures something far older than clocks. At some point the flames sink to a nest of rubies. Then, without any sense of anyone having tended it, the fire breathes itself back to steady gold, as though the house itself knows exactly how much warmth a tired traveller requires and refuses to give, either too little or too much. When your eyes open again, is only because some small, unhurried part of you wants one more look before letting go entirely. The windows have turned into living paintings, raindrops catching the lamplight and sliding down the panes like slow golden beads, each one briefly becoming a tiny lantern before it joins the rivulets racing toward the sill. Beyond the glass, the harbour lights are blurred into soft pastels, amber, rose, the occasional cold blue of a boat's running light, floating in the wet dark like paper lanterns on a midnight river. True night has arrived, the kind of darkness that feels ancestral, the darkness oceans knew before continents bothered to exist. You think without urgency about the sea itself. Out there past the stone arms of the breakwater, it is breathing in long, slow breaths that began somewhere off the coast of Portugal or Senegal, or perhaps the lip of the Antarctic shelf. Each wave carries the memory of every shore it has ever touched, every moon it has ever answered to. It does not care whether you succeed or fail, whether you are loved or forgotten. It simply is, vast and humming and older than regret. And strangely, this indifference feels like the deepest kindness the world has left to offer. The foghorn sounds again, and this time it is unmistakably a lullaby, a single, steady note that gathers the whole night into its arms and rocks it. Here, it says, here you are. Here is solid ground. Here is light for those who still have miles to go. Here you may lay down every sharp thing you have been carrying, and no one, not even you, will ask you to pick it up again tonight. Your body melts. There is no other word for it. The boundaries between chair and bones, between blanket and skin, between heartbeat and rainbeat dissolve until you're simply a soft warmth held inside a larger softness. Each breath is now a tide, slow enough to drown in gently. In, pause, out, pause. The way the sea itself breathes against the foot of the cliff below the town. The fire has settled into perfect embers, coals the colour of pomegranate seeds pulsing under grey ash, giving off a heat so even it feels like the room's own bloodstream. The applewood smoke has sweetened until it is almost edible, twining with the vanilla scent of old paper and something greener. Perhaps the ghost of ivy that once grew up the outside wall and left its memory in the plaster. Your gaze, lazy and fond, travels the room one last time. Every shelf is a small continent of stories. Every object, a chipped enamel mug, a whalebone letter opener, a bowl of sea glass, has been chosen not for display but for use, for comfort, for the quiet pleasure of hands that loved beautiful things. This is not a room that performs hospitality. It simply is hospitable, the way certain dogs or certain grandmothers are hospitable, by existing in such a way that you immediately understand you may stay forever if you wish. And in that moment, without drama, without announcement, something inside you whispers yes. Yes, you were meant to be here tonight. This chair was keeping its shape for you. These books were waiting to breathe their paper breath across your face. This rain was sent to wash the road dust from your soul. This foghorn has been calling your name across the dark water for longer than you have known your own name. You're expected. You are welcomed. You are, exactly as you are, salt-stained and road-weary and uncertain, are the guest this house has been quietly preparing for since the day its beams were raised. So, you let the last small knot of vigilance untie itself. You let the final question, what now, what next, what if, drift away on the outgoing breath. There is nothing left to guard, nothing left to prove. The night is wide and the room is kind and the sea is keeping its ancient promise to carry everything eventually, gently, back to itself. You close your eyes again, really close them this time, and the darkness behind your lids is the same, the darkness around you, warm, velvet, full of quiet gold. The rain keeps falling, the foghorn keeps singing, the fire keeps breathing, and you, finally, perfectly, are held. Outside, the night deepens further still, folding itself over the little harbour town like a thick wool blanket pulled up to the chin. The clouds have swallowed every star. There is no moon tonight, no silver spill of moonlight across the wet cobbles, only the dense velvet black that belongs to coasts in winter. But you don't mind. You never really minded the dark, not truly. This darkness is complete and soft, the kind you could sink into the way a stone sinks slowly through still water, without resistance, without fear. It feels like the darkness inside a closed hand, cupped protectively around something small and precious, warm with the heat of living skin. The rain continues its patient song, a whispered percussion on the slate roof above you, on the bookshop's crooked gutters, on the fishing boats rocking in the harbour below. Each drop is deliberate, unhurried, as though the sky itself has all the time in the world and intends to spend every second of it here, washing salt from the air, polishing the stones, soothing every raw edge the day left behind. Beneath that steady percussion, the foghorn keeps its faithful watch out on the reef, a single bronze throat calling across the miles of black water. Once every 30 seconds it speaks, a low, mournful A that seems to come from the centre of the earth itself, rising through water and rock and bone until it vibrates gently in your sternum. You have counted it unconsciously for the last hour, the way a child counts heartbeats under the covers. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 30 Mississippi, and there it is again, patient as tide, patient as grief, patient as forgiveness. Your eyes drift closed again, and this time you don't fight it. Don't try to stay alert or aware the way you have for so many nights in so many other places. Train stations at 3 a.m, airport lounges that smelled of disinfectant and panic, the thin, restless sleep of cheap motels where the walls pressed in and every car door slam sounded like someone coming for you. At last. There is no reason to fight tonight. There is nowhere you need to be tomorrow. Nothing you need to prove. No one waiting on the other end of a phone call to ask why you sound so tired, why you haven't answered in days, why you disappeared again. There is no audience here except the rain and the foghorn and the quiet, listening books. And none of them require you to be anything other than exactly what you are in this moment. A tired traveller with salt in your hair and city dust still clinging to the cuffs of your jeans, resting at last in a safe harbour that smells of lamp oil and old paper and wood smoke. The fire in the little iron stove pops softly, sending up a brief fountain of orange sparks that die before they reach the ceiling. Its glow paints the room in shifting ambers and umbers, catching on the gold lettering of leather spines, on the curved glass of a ship's decanter you haven't touched, on the fogged window panes where rain traces slow rivers. You can feel the heat of it on the left side of your face, a small private sun. The wool blanket across your lap is heavy, hand-knitted in undyed yarn the colour of driftwood. Someone long ago sat in this same chair and worked those stitches while the same rain fell and the same foghorn called. The thought should feel eerie, but instead it feels like company. The last thing you're aware of before sleep takes you gently in its arms, the way a mother lifts a child who has fallen asleep mid-sentence, is the foghorn sounding one more time across the water. The note rises, low and steady and infinitely patient, swelling until it fills every corner of the night. For one suspended moment it holds everything, the rain's silver needles, the fire's quiet heartbeat, the room with its leaning towers of books, the harbour asleep under its cloak of mist. the wide black sea breathing beyond the breakwater, the small tired shape of yourself curled in the sing-back chair, and then it fades slowly, slowly, the way daylight fades at the end of a good day, the way a goodbye lingers in the air long after the door is closed. And in that fading note, you let go. You feel it happen, actually feel it. The small knot between your shoulder blades unclenches. The clenched place in your belly unfurls like a night-blooming flower. The jaw you've carried tight for months softens. You stop listening for footsteps on the stairs that will never come. Stop waiting for the phone that will not ring. Stop bracing for the next disaster. You simply rest. The chair cradles every aching joint the way good chairs do when they have held 1,000 weary bodies. The blanket weighs your legs with gentle gravity that feels benevolent instead of crushing. The rain becomes a lullaby in a language older than words, and somewhere in the last lit corridor of your mind that doesn't quite turn off even in deepest slumber, a quiet voice, maybe your own, maybe the bookshop's, maybe the sea's, whispers that you are safe, that you are held, that for once you do not have to hold everything together by sheer force of will. You are home, even if only for tonight, even if home is a single lamp-lit room above a shop that might vanish by morning like Brigadoon. The night stretches out before you, long and peaceful and entirely yours, measured not in minutes but in the slow drip of water from the eaves, in the patient heartbeat of the foghorn, in the occasional sigh of the fire settling deeper into itself. And you sleep deeply and well, dreamlessly at first, and then with the kind of dreams that feel like memories from a life you haven't lived yet. Walking barefoot along a dawn beach with gulls crying overhead, opening a door into a house full of light and the smell of coffee, being met with a smile that says, without words, you made it, you're here, stay as long as you need. The rain falls, softer now, almost tender. The foghorn calls, steady as ever. The fire glows down to a nest of rubies. The sea breathes its slow, salt breath against the harbour wall, and you rest, surrounded by all the gentleness the world can still offer when it chooses to. A circle of lamplight in the vast dark, an armchair shaped to the curve of a human back, a blanket that remembers every body it has ever warmed, shelves upon shelves of stories waiting patiently for morning fingers. This place, this tiny bookshop clinging to the edge of the continent, may exist only for moments like this, when someone who has forgotten how to stop walking finally does, when someone carrying a lifetime of almosts and not quites lays their burden down on a faded Persian rug and exhales a breath they didn't know they were holding for years. The beams overhead have held that exhale before. They know how to hold it now, and so you do. Sleep well, traveller. The morning will come when it comes. Gold on the wet stones, gulls arguing over breakfast, the smell of coffee drifting up from the tiny kitchen below. The books will still be here, spines cracked with love, pages soft as cloth, smelling of vanilla and salt in other people's dreams. The sea will still be singing its ancient song, older than sorrow, older than joy. The light will return as it always does, patient and faithful as the turning of the earth itself. But for now, for this long, perfect parenthesis of a night, there is only rest and rain, and the distant foghorn keeping its watch while you dream whatever dreams are waiting to find you at last. Sleep, beloved stranger. Sleep deep. Sleep well. You're not alone tonight. The whole quiet coast is breathing with you. The lighthouse keeper's rainy night. A soothing coastal sleep story. The first drops touch you while you're still only halfway up the harbour steps, those old granite slabs laid by men who have been dust for 150 years. They are so slight that for a moment you think it is only the usual sea mist, the fine haze that rises whenever wind meets warm current in this cove. But then another drop lands, deliberate and cool, right at the hollow where your collarbone dips beneath the wool of your sweater. Another kisses the back of your hand, the one gripping the iron rail, and then another, and another, until the air itself seems to exhale water. The rain has decided to begin, and once it decides, it never hesitates. You stop climbing for a breath or two, just long enough to turn your face upward. The sky is not yet dark. It is the colour of wet ash, luminous and depthless. A single band of pale gold lingers far out where the world curves away, as though the sun has left a last coin on the horizon before slipping into its pocket for the night. The rain falls through that distant light and arrives silver, each drop briefly catching the glow before it lands. From where you stand, the harbour water looks like hammered pewter, and every falling drop strikes a perfect fleeting circle that widens, touches its neighbours, and vanishes. Thousands upon thousands of small vanishings, making one continuous trembling skin across the surface. You smile, small and private, because you have been waiting for this rain all week. The forecast promised it. The gulls sensed it. The ache in your left knee confirmed it. But promises are one thing. Arrival is another. Now it is here, soft as forgiveness, and you feel something inside you unclench that you did not know was clenched. You continue upward, slowly. There is no need to rush. The lighthouse has stood on this cliff since the year the clipper ships still ruled the Atlantic, and it will stand long after tonight. Your boots know every irregularity in the steps. The place where the third stair from the top has a hollow, worn by generations of keepers. The spot where the railing is polished smooth by countless palms. Rainwater begins to gather in these small depressions, turning them into shallow mirrors that reflect the sky's slow darkening. Your reflection moves across them in fragments. An eye, a mouth, the edge of a grey beard, before the next drop falls and breaks the image. Halfway up, the wind finds you. It comes from the northwest, smelling of cold iron and deep water, carrying the voices of waves you cannot yet see. It lifts the edges of your coat, presses the wet wool against your legs, pushes your hair back from your forehead, like a mother preparing a child for sleep. You taste salt on your lips, though whether it is from the sea or the rain you no longer try to distinguish. Here, everything is salt in the end. At the final landing, the lighthouse waits exactly as it has waited every evening of your adult life. The whitewash has gone the colour of gull wings in winter, streaked with lichen the shade of old copper. The stones are dark with wet now, almost black, and the rain slides down them in shining rivulets that catch what little light remains. The tower rises above you, solid and certain, its lantern room a pale crown against the sky. Ivy clings to the lower walls, leaves glossy and trembling as the drops strike them. Somewhere inside that green mass, a wren is scolding the weather, its voice thin and fierce and quickly drowned. The door is the same sea glass blue it has been since the Coast Guard crew repainted it 6 springs ago. The brass handle is cool, slick with rain, and when you push, the hinges give their familiar half-protesting, half-welcoming creak that always sounds like the building clearing its throat. You step over the raised sill, old habit against winter storms, and pull the door closed behind you. The latch clicks with soft finality, and suddenly the rain is no longer on your skin, but all around you, a few inches away, speaking in a different voice now that it has a roof to converse with. Inside, the air is 10 degrees warmer and smells of lamp oil, beeswax, wood smoke from this morning's fire, and the particular damp stone scent that never quite leaves these walls. The change is immediate and visceral. Shoulders drop, lungs deepen. The day's small frettings begin to loosen their grip. You stand still for a long moment, letting the tower settle around you, the way a heavy quilt settles over a bed. The rain on the conical roof overhead is no longer a scattering of individual drops, but one long, continuous hush, like a mother shushing a room full of restless children. It is the sound the world makes when it decides to be gentle. The ground floor room is round and low-ceilinged, everything placed exactly where hands have placed things for decades. To your left, the small cast-iron stove you still prefer, the electric unit they installed last year. On its flat top sits the blackened kettle that once belonged to Keeper MacLeod, who retired the year you arrived. Straight ahead, the deal table with its single chair facing the largest window. On the sill, a pot of rosemary has survived another summer and is now leggy but fragrant. Books lean against one another on the shelf above. Tide tables going back to 1973. A water-stained copy of Rachel Carson, the logbook bound in green leather. 3 novels you have read so many times the pages feel like cloth. You do none of the evening chores yet. Instead, you drift to the window, palms resting on the cool sill, and look out. From here, the harbour is a small, bright comma far below, the boats tucked in like sleeping birds. Beyond them, the open sea has already surrendered its colour to night. Only the white crests of waves remain, moving lines of faint phosphorescence. Rain falls in perfectly straight silver lines, visible because the last light is directly behind them. Each drop is a needle of light. For the second it exists between sky and sea. You watch until your eyes unfocus, and the rain becomes one trembling curtain rather than countless separate drops. Only then do you move to the stove. The kettle is heavy cast iron and takes its time, but you are grateful for the ritual. You fill it from the tap. The pipes groan like an old dog turning over. Set it on the burner, strike a match. The gas lights with a soft pop. Blue flame licking the kettle's underside. While it heats, you take down the cream-coloured mug you threw yourself the winter you took up pottery. Slightly lopsided, handle a little too thick, perfect. From the tin, you spoon chamomile. You grew in the sheltered corner behind the oil house. Lavender your daughter sent from the mainland last birthday. A pinch of lemon balm that somehow self-seeded in a crack near the door. The herbs are dry and brittle and release their scent the moment they touch the hot water. Some are captured and stored against nights exactly like this. You carry the steaming mug to the chair, settle into the faded indigo cushion that has shaped itself to you over thousands of evenings, and simply sit. The window is open a hand width. Rain sound pours in. Cool air touches your face. Steam from the mug curls upward, mingling with your breath. You cup the warmth between your palms and feel it travel into your wrists, your forearms, your chest. The first sip is almost too hot, scalding the tip of your tongue, then blooming into sweetness as the honey melts. Chamomile, lavender, honey, salt air, the taste of homecoming. Outside, the world continues its quiet dissolution. The pale band on the horizon has finally given up. The sky is now one deep, even grey threaded with deeper blue. The rain has found its full voice, no longer tentative but sure, steady, endless. It is the sound water makes when it remembers it is also sky. You sit long enough for the mug to cool from scalding to warm to merely comforting. Long enough for the gulls to give up their crying and settle wherever gulls settle at night. Long enough for the day's small worries, the overdue letter, the ache in your knee, the question of whether the new LED array will really outlast you, to drift to the edges of thought and stay there, too polite to intrude. long enough for your spine to forget it ever held tension. When the mug is empty except for the dark scatter of herbs at the bottom, you rise. The kettle has gone quiet. The stove clicks as it cools. You rinse the mug, set it upside down on the drain board, and turn toward the staircase. The spiral is iron, painted the same cream as the walls, and it rises in a perfect slow coil. You rest your hand on the center pole, cool, smooth from decades of other hands, and begin to climb. Each footfall rings softly, clang, pause, clang, a slow heartbeat in the tower's chest. The air changes as you ascend, cooler, cleaner, carrying the faint, sharp scent of ozone and glass. The rain grows louder with every turn, until on the final flight it is a steady roar just above your head. The lantern room opens around you like a flower made of windows. 8 tall panes, salt-streaked but clean enough, frame the entire world. Even on a night like this, the space feels full of light. Not the hard electric glare of noon, but the soft remainder of day gathered and held here at the top of everything. The lantern itself stands in the center, brass and glass and careful engineering, waiting for your hands the way a beloved dog waits for its person to come home. You move around it with the unthinking grace of muscle memory. Check the battery levels, though you know they are fine. Wipe a cloth across the inside of the lens, though you wiped it this morning. Adjust the rotation speed, though it does not need adjusting. These are not chores. They are love letters written in small, precise motions. When everything's ready, you pause at the western window, palms against the cool rail, and look out one last time before night fully claims the sea. Rain streaks the glass in ever-changing rivers. Beyond it there is no horizon, no land, only the place where water and sky stitch themselves together with invisible thread. The beam, not yet lit, waits inside its crystal cage like a heart that has not yet decided to beat. You strike the match. The wick catches with a soft sigh, flame blooming gold and steady. You close the glass door, engage the motor, and the great lens begins its slow, majestic turn. The first sweep of light slides across the rain, across the waves, across miles of dark water, reaching, until it thins and disappears. Then it begins again and again. A promise made every 19 seconds, for as long as ships have needed promises. Inside the lantern room, the light is gentle, reflected and refracted into warm color that slides across your face, your hands, the brass fittings, the rain-streaked windows. It feels like being inside a golden music box, turning slowly while the storm sings outside. You stand a final look around. Everything is as it should be. The light is lit, the rain is falling, the sea is breathing. The evening at last is entirely yours. You descend the iron stairs much more slowly than you climbed them. letting the tower hold you a little longer. When you reach the ground again, the lower room is almost dark. Only the faint glow from the stove's pilot light and the soft pulse of the great beam passing overhead every 19 seconds. You leave the lamp unlit. There is enough light to see by, and more than enough darkness to rest in. You hang your coat on its peg, toe off your boots, pad across the worn rug to the small bedroom that opens off the main room. The bed is already turned down, sheets cool and smooth. You slide between them with the sigh of a man who has carried just enough weight for one day. The pillow receives your head. The blankets settle over you with exactly the right pressure. Above you, far above, the light keeps turning. Around you, the rain keeps falling. Below you, the sea keeps speaking in its slow, tireless language. You close your eyes. The day releases you completely, and the night, rain-drenched, light-wrapped, endless, opens its arms and takes you in. You stay longer than you intended in the lantern room, long after the last trace of daylight has dissolved into the rain. The beam moves across the inside of the glass like a slow searchlight looking for something it already knows is safe. Each time it passes, the falling drops ignite, tiny comets, brief sparks of pure white, before they vanish into the dark again. The sound of the rain on the dome above you is no longer merely sound. It has become a living presence, a second skin of water just inches from your head, breathing with you, exhaling coolness onto your hair. You ease yourself onto the narrow bench that circles half the room. The cushion is thin, but the folded blanket on it, the one your grandmother sent the first winter you kept the light alone, is thick Shetland wool, still holding the faint sweetness of the lavender sachets she tucked into every parcel. You pull the second blanket from the chest under the window and drape it over your shoulders. Its weight settles like forgiving hands across your back. The wool is slightly damp from the air, and it warms instantly against your skin. You let your head fall back against the curved stone wall. The chill of it seeps through your hair and down the nape of your neck, delicious, grounding, reminding you that you are held inside something ancient and unbreakable. From this perch you can see the entire night. To the west, the open Atlantic is only motion and darkness, waves rising and collapsing in slow, patient breaths. To the east, the faint necklace of lights from the village on the mainland has already gone out. People there are asleep or pretending to be. North and south there is nothing but rain and more rain, a silver curtain drawn across the world. The beam sweeps through it all, indifferent and precise. 19 seconds of brightness, 19 seconds of darkness, over and over, the heartbeat of something far larger than yourself. You close your eyes just to feel it better. Even through your lids the light arrives, a soft rose gold pulse that swells and fades, like someone laying a warm palm over your face and lifting it away again. The rhythm finds its way into your blood. Your shoulders loosen. The small knot that has lived between them since morning finally unties itself. Your hands, still curled loosely in your lap, open palm up as though waiting for the rain to fall directly into them. You think, dimly, that you could sleep here. Many keepers have. There are stories of old men found at dawn curled on this very bench like cats, faces peaceful, boots still on. The thought does not alarm you. It feels almost inviting. But the bed downstairs has been waiting all day. Sheets aired this morning, quilt turned back in silent invitation. So eventually you rise slowly, joints creaking in gentle protest, and begin the long, slow descent. The iron stairs are cool under your bare hand. Each step rings the same soft note it has rung for 150 years, a quiet bell saying, "You are home, you are home, you are home." Halfway down, the rain changes pitch again, becoming deeper, more intimate, as though you are farther from the roof now. The sound travels through the stones themselves and meets you inside your ribs. The living room below is almost completely dark, lit only by the faint red eye of the stove and the slow, golden heartbeat of the great light passing overhead every 19 seconds. You light the small oil lamp on the table anyway, turning the wick down until the flame is no more than a trembling teardrop. The glow reaches just far enough to touch the edges of the furniture, to make the books on the shelf look like sleeping animals, to gild the kettle still faintly warm from earlier. Shadows pool in the corners, thick and comforting like extra blankets. The alcove bedroom is no more than 6 paces away, but you move as though through deep water, reluctant to disturb the hush. The bed is narrow and high, built into the thick wall the way ships' bunks are built into hulls, so the mattress is cradled on 3 sides by stone. Someone, perhaps you, perhaps a kinder version of yourself from another evening, has left the window cracked 2 finger widths. Cool, rain-scented air drifts in, carrying the faintest percussion of drops on the slate sill outside. You can hear every layer now, the quick bright chatter on the copper gutter, the deeper drum on the roof, the hushed applause where rain meets sea. You undress without hurry, folding each garment over the chair the way you have done 10,000 times. Sweater, shirt, trousers, socks. The air touches your skin like a question, and your skin answers yes. I am ready to be cool, ready to be held. When you slide between the sheets, they are startlingly cold for 1 heartbeat. Then they warm so quickly it feels as though the bed itself is breathing with relief at your return. The linen is smooth, almost silken from countless washings in soft water and wind. The quilt, heavy patched velvet on one side, faded indigo cotton on the other, settles over you with perfect authority, pressing you gently into the mattress the way deep water presses a diver toward the quiet below. You lie on your back, one arm flung above your head, the other resting over your heart. The pillow is goose down and lavender. Every time you turn your head, you release another ghost of summer. Through the cracked window, the rain speaks continuously, patiently, telling the story of how water returns to water, how everything that rises must eventually fall, how falling can be the gentlest motion in the world. Your breathing slows until you can no longer tell where your breath ends and the rain begins. Each inhale draws in the cool, mineral scent of storm. Each exhale releases the last faint tension in your calves, your thighs, the small muscles around your eyes. Your body grows heavier, not with fatigue, but with trust. The mattress receives you, the stone walls receive you, the night itself receives you. Far above, the great lens keeps turning. You feel it as a pressure behind your closed eyelids. Light, dark, like a loving hand checking that you're still safely dreaming. You no longer need to count the seconds. You no longer need to guard anything. The light has its own keeper now. Electricity, gears, the patient physics of rotation. All the lives that might depend on that beam tonight are safe in hands far steadier than yours ever were. A final thought drifts across the soft surface of your mind like a gull across calm water. I am allowed to rest. Then even that thought loosens, unravels, sinks. The rain keeps falling, intimate and endless. The light keeps turning, faithful and tireless. The sea keeps breathing, vast and unhurried. And you, who once carried the weight of every ship that ever passed in the dark, let go completely. You sleep, held in the cradle of stone and wool and water, while the storm sings its oldest lullaby around you. 19 seconds of light, 19 seconds of darkness. Over and over, like a promise kept forever. The rain speaks in 1,000 voices on the roof above your head. It drums hard on the copper sheeting of the lantern deck, softer on the slate tiles, softer still on the thick stone parapet. It hisses when it hits the hot glass of the lens far above and turns to instant steam. It taps delicate fingers on the window panes beside your bed, strokes the ivy that clings to the outer wall, slaps the wild grass that grows in the cracks of the rocks below. Each surface gives the rain a different timbre, and all of them together make a chord that has played unbroken for hours. You lie in the centre of that chord, the still point around which the music turns. Your bedroom is small and round, tucked just beneath the service room, and every inch of it has been shaped by decades of your living. The walls are whitewashed stone, cool to the touch even in summer, and they breathe with the damp the way old buildings do. There is a faint scent of lamp oil that will never fully leave, no matter how many times you air the place out, mingled now with the clean, metallic smell of rain coming through the cracked window. On the dresser sits the old brass chronometer you wound every night for 30 years. Its ticking has grown slightly erratic lately, but you no longer mind. Across from the bed hangs the framed photograph of your wife on the day you brought her here as a bride. She is laughing into the wind, hair flying, and the glass is speckled with dried salt that you have never quite managed to wipe away. These things are your companions now, quiet and undemanding. The mattress beneath you is deep and forgiving. It has moulded itself to the shape of your body over countless nights, the way tide pools conform to the rocks they cradle. The sheets are heavy linen, washed until they are butter soft, and they carry the faint fragrance of the lavender sachets you still tuck into the drawers out of habit. 2 wool blankets, one navy, one the faded red your mother knit the year you took this posting, lie across you with exactly the right weight. Enough to feel held, not enough to feel trapped. Your feet are warm inside thick socks. Your shoulders are loose. There is no part of you that is fighting the bed, and the bed in turn is not fighting you. Everything has reached the agreement that tonight is for peace. Outside, the wind moves around the tower the way a cat moves around a sleeping owner's legs. Restless, familiar, unable to leave. It whistles through the railing of the gallery, moans softly in the flue of the old chimney you no longer use, flings handfuls of rain against the windows like a child demanding attention. But the tower was built in 1874 to withstand hurricanes, and this is only an ordinary December storm. The stones do not even shiver. They have stood through worse. They will stand through this. You feel their indifference in your marrow, and it is immensely comforting. Whatever happens out there in the dark, the lighthouse will remain, and so, by extension, will you. Your thoughts that used to arrive like gulls, noisy, circling, insistent, have quieted. Earlier this evening there was still the small fret about the cracked pane in the watchroom, the guilt that you have not written to your daughter in almost a month, the vague worry about the pain in your left knee that seems worse when the weather turns. But the rain has washed those thoughts downstream. They floated away on its current, growing smaller and smaller, until they vanished over the edge of waking. What remains is only sensation, the cool air on your cheek, the gentle pressure of the pillow against the back of your skull, the subtle rise and fall of your own chest. Even memory has gone soft. You're not thinking of the past or the future. You're simply here, inside this body, inside this room, inside this night. Somewhere far off, a buoy bell clangs 3 times, pause 3 times again, as the swell lifts and lifts it. The sound carries across miles of water, thin and metallic, lonely and perfect. You have heard that bell every night for decades, and it has become as familiar as your own pulse. Tonight it feels like a lullaby composed specially for you. You imagine the bell's iron tongue swinging in its cage, the barnacles on its flanks, the cold green water sliding past. The image is vivid for a moment, then it too loosens and drifts. Your eyelids are heavy, deliciously heavy. The darkness behind them is not the hard black of underground places, but a deep indigo shot through with subtle violet, the colour of the sea just before sunrise. Occasionally the beam of the lighthouse sweeps across the windows and a faint pulse of light finds its way through the curtains. Painting the inside of your lids rose for an instant before fading again. It is like being kissed gently on the forehead every 19 seconds. You no longer count the intervals the way you once did. You simply receive them. Breathing has become an act of luxury. Each inhale draws in the smell of rain and stone and old wood. Each exhale releases everything else. Your ribcage rises like a slow tide, falls like a slow tide. There is no hurry. There is no need to do anything with the breath except allow it. In, out, in, out. The rhythm is older than language, older than lighthouses, older than the idea of safety itself. It is the same rhythm the ocean uses when it speaks to the shore. I am here, I am here, I am here. You feel the moment approaching, that sweet, slippery moment when the mind finally unhooks itself from the day. It is not a dramatic surrender. There is no trumpet blast, no angelic choir. It is more like stepping off a low dock into calm water. One moment you are standing, the next you are floating, and you are not sure exactly when the change took place. The rain is louder now, or perhaps you're simply deeper inside it, The sound fills every corner of your awareness until there is nothing else. You are the sound. The sound is you. And then even that distinction dissolves. The light keeps turning above you, will still be turning when dawn comes pale and rain washed across the horizon. The gulls will come back to wheel and cry around the gallery. The kettle will need filling, the logbook will need its entry, the cracked pane will still be cracked. All of that will wait. The world very kindly agrees to pause while you travel wherever it is. The mind goes when it's granted true rest. Perhaps you will dream of your wife laughing into the wind. Perhaps you will dream of nothing at all. Both are gifts. The rain falls without ceasing, generous and indifferent, washing the salt from the stones, feeding the tough little plants that cling to the cliffs, carrying the wide world's grief and joy alike out to sea where it can disperse into something too vast to wound. It falls on the roof above your bed, on the gallery railing, on the lens that still faithfully turns and turns. It falls on the endless moving skin of the ocean, dimpling it with a million brief kisses. It falls on you, though you no longer feel it. You're beyond weather now. You're beyond needing. The lighthouse keeps its lonely, perfect vigil. The tower stands wrapped in storm the way a mother wraps a child in a blanket, firmly, completely, without question. And you whose hands once lit the lamps, whose eyes once searched the dark for ships in distress, whose heart once carried the weight of every soul that passed this coast, sleep. You sleep as deeply as the stones. You sleep as trustingly as a gull asleep on the air. You sleep held in the cradle of rain song and light, and the ancient, unbreakable conversation between sea and shore. The rain falls and falls and falls, and you sleep. Winter solstice, Higger cabin, sleep story. The rain begins before you notice it, soft as thought, barely more than mist against your face. You're walking a path you've never taken before, though somehow your feet know the way. The forest around you breathes with the quiet of the longest night, the winter solstice settling like a soft blanket over the land. Above, the sky holds that particular darkness that comes only once a year, deep and velvety, scattered with stars that seem closer to night, as if they've descended partway to earth just to keep you company. The path beneath your feet is carpeted with pine needles, cushioning each step. The air smells of cedar and fir, that clean, resinous scent that speaks of ancient trees and deep time. And beneath it all, you catch the faint sweetness of wood smoke, so distant it might be imagination, though it draws you forward with the promise of warmth and shelter. The rain is gentle, barely rain at all, more like the forest breathing out moisture into the cooling evening. It touches your cheeks with cool fingertips, collects in the finest droplets on your hair. There's no hurry in this rain, no urgency. It falls the way sleep falls, gradually, inevitably, with a patience that cannot be rushed. You listen to it whispering through the pine boughs overhead, a sound like distant waves or like your own breath, slow and steady, a rhythm that your heart begins to mirror without you noticing. As you walk, the trees seem to open before you, creating a corridor of quiet welcome. Their trunks are dark columns in the gathering night, and between them you glimpse the soft shapes of ferns still green despite the season, and moss that glows faintly in what little light remains. The forest floor is alive with small, gentle movements, leaves settling, branches shifting, the earth breathing beneath layers of needle and loam. Your shoulders begin to drop as you walk. Some weight you've been carrying, though you can't quite remember what it was, starts to slip away, absorbed by the darkness and the rain. The forest takes it from you without question, without judgment. Here, there is only this moment, this step, this breath. The path curves gently, following the contours of the land, and the smell of wood smoke grows stronger. Through the trees ahead, you see a warm glow, golden and soft, flickering like a living thing. Your pace slows even more, not from reluctance, but from a deepening sense of peace. There's no need to rush toward warmth when the journey itself is so gentle, when the rain is so kind against your skin, when each step feels like a small meditation. And then, as you round a final curve between two towering pines, you see it. The cabin sits in a small clearing, as if it has grown there, as natural as the trees themselves. It's built of weathered wood that has silvered with time, logs fitted together with such care that they seem to embrace one another. The roof is steeply pitched, covered in cedar shakes that gleam softly in the rain, and from the stone chimney rises a thin column of smoke, pale grey against the darker sky, rising and dissolving like a prayer. Light glows from the windows, real candlelight you can tell, with that particular golden warmth that electric light can never quite capture. The glow pulses gently, responding to invisible air currents inside, and it makes the cabin look alive, breathing, welcoming. Around the windows, the wood has been carved with simple, elegant patterns, spirals and stars, waves and leaves, designs that catch the light and shadow, turning the cabin into something between shelter and sanctuary. The rain softens further as you approach, as if it too wants to be quiet here, respectful of this place. It whispers against the cabin roof with a sound like gentle fingers on a drum, rhythmic and soothing. Puddles are forming in the mossy ground around the cabin, each one a small dark mirror reflecting the candlelit windows, multiplying that warm light across the clearing. The door is painted a deep forest green, and when you reach for the iron handle, cool and solid beneath your palm, it opens easily, swinging inward with a sound like a contented sigh. Warmth spills out to meet you, carrying with it the scents of pine and beeswax, of something sweet baking, of old wood and comfort. You step inside, and the cabin welcomes you. The door closes softly behind you, muffling the sound of rain to something even gentler, and you stand for a moment, simply taking it in. The space is a single room, but it feels vast in its coziness, as if comfort itself has learned to expand. The walls are lined with honey-coloured wood, aged to a soft glow, and the ceiling beams are exposed, dark and solid, holding everything safe. In the centre of the space stands a wood stove, its cast-iron body radiating heat in gentle waves. Through the small window in its door you can see flames dancing, gold and orange, blue at their base, moving in their own slow, hypnotic rhythm. The stove's warmth reaches out to you like an embrace, not overwhelming but perfectly calibrated to the coolness of the rain outside, creating a balance that settles deep into your bones. Your coat is damp from the walk, and you slip it off slowly, hanging it on a wooden peg by the door where it can dry. Beneath it, you're wearing soft, comfortable clothes that seem to have appeared just for this moment. A thick, cable-knit sweater, the colour of cream, loose trousers made of the softest flannel. On your feet, warm wool socks that cushion each step. You hadn't noticed these before, but here they feel exactly right. The floor beneath you is wide wooden planks, smoothed by time, covered here and there with woven rugs in muted colours, sage green and soft grey, the pale blue of winter sky. You walk toward the centre of the room, your footsteps barely audible, absorbed by the rugs and the thick quiet that fills this space. To your right, against one wall, stands a bed that looks like an invitation to dreams. It's piled high with blankets and quilts in layers, white linen, wool in patterns of cream and grey, a thick duvet that looks like a cloud. Pillows are arranged at the head, some firm, some soft, all covered in pale fabrics that catch the candlelight. The bed is made up beneath a small window, and through that window you can see rain sliding down the glass in slow rivulets, distorting darkness beyond into abstract patterns of shadow and depth. Candles are everywhere, placed with thoughtful care. They stand on small shelves carved into the walls, on the windowsills, clustered on a low table near the bed. Some are in glass holders that magnify their light. Others are thick pillars that will burn for hours, their flames steady and calm. The light they cast is layered, bright near each candle, fading to warm shadow in the corners, creating a space that feels both intimate and infinite. Near the window on the far wall there's a deep, cushioned chair upholstered in charcoal grey linen, with a footstool positioned perfectly before it. Beside the chair stands a small table holding a tray, and on that tray you see a ceramic mug releasing thin spirals of steam into the candlelit air. The sight of it draws you forward, but first you move to the wood stove, drawn by its warmth and the meditation of its flames. There's a small woven basket beside it, filled with split logs, their cut ends pale and fragrant. You select one piece, its light in your hands, dry and ready, and open the stove door. Heat breathes out, and you place the log carefully on the coals. It catches almost immediately, flames curling around it, and you close the door gently, watching through the window as the fire adjusts to its new fuel, settling back into its steady dance. The rain outside has found its rhythm now, no longer soft mist but proper rain, still gentle but with more voice. It drums on the roof above you in patterns that never quite repeat, a natural percussion that seems designed for this exact moment. You can hear it running through the shutters, splashing softly against the walls, creating a sound cocoon around the cabin that makes the interior feel even more protected, even more separate from the world and its worries. You move to the chair by the window and lower yourself into it. The cushions receive you like water, supporting and softening all at once. The fabric is slightly cool at first, then warms where your body touches it. You pull the soft knitted throw from the chair's arm and spread it across your lap. It's made of the finest wool, light but warming, in a colour somewhere between cloud and stone. Your hands wrap around the mug on the table, and the ceramic is warm but not hot, perfectly shaped to your palms. You bring it close and breathe in the steam. The scent rises to meet you. Honey and chamomile, a hint of vanilla, something else you can't quite name but that smells like comfort itself, like every good night's sleep you've ever had distilled into fragrance. You take a slow sip. The liquid is smooth and sweet, coating your throat with warmth that travels down into your chest and spreads outward, loosening something you didn't know was tight. Outside the window, the rain continues its gentle drumming. You can see it now in the candlelight that spills from the cabin windows onto the clearing. Silver threads falling through darkness, catching light as they fall, turning to gold before they disappear into the soft ground. The puddles are growing, their surfaces dimpled and dancing with each new drop, creating patterns that shift and reform moment by moment. Beyond the clearing, the forest stands in quiet witness. You can see the dark shapes of the trees, their branches moving slightly in the soft wind that carries the rain. Sometimes, between the trees, you catch glimpses of deeper darkness, the spaces where the forest goes on, holding its own mysteries, its own quiets. But none of that feels distant or separate. The forest, the rain, the cabin, you, all of it is one continuous breath, one long, slow exhale into peace. You sip your tea again, slower this time, letting each taste linger. The honey sweetness, the floral notes of chamomile, the way the warmth seems to travel not just through your body but through your thoughts, softening edges, quieting the small voices that usually chatter in the background of your mind. Those voices are growing distant now, like birdsong at dusk, fading not into silence but into a quiet so deep it becomes its own kind of music. Your eyes drift around the cabin, taking in details you hadn't noticed before. On the shelf above the bed, there's a collection of small objects that seem to tell stories. A piece of driftwood worn smooth by water, a cluster of pine cones with their scales open like flowers, a small jar filled with beach glass in shades of green and blue, each piece frosted by the sea. These things have been collected with love, placed here with intention, and they add to the sense that this cabin has been waiting for you, prepared for this exact moment. On another shelf there are books, old ones with cloth covers and gold lettering, their spines faded from reading and time. You can't make out all the titles from here, but you catch glimpses, collections of poetry, nature writings, volumes of folk tales, books made for slow reading, for savouring, for nights like this when time has agreed to move at the speed of candlelight and rain. Near the books, there's a wooden bowl filled with dried lavender, and another with rosemary and cedar. The scents drift through the cabin, so subtle you only notice them when you breathe deeply, adding their own notes to the symphony of smells: wood smoke, beeswax, tea, the clean scent of rain-washed air coming through some invisible crack. You realize, sitting here, that you cannot remember what day it is beyond this one, the solstice, the longest night, and you cannot remember what you were worried about before you walk through the forest. Those concerns exist somewhere, certainly, but they seem to belong to a different world, a different version of you. Here, now, wrapped in soft wool, listening to rain, watching candlelight play across wooden walls, those other things have no weight, no urgency. They can wait. Or perhaps you think they've already been resolved by your simple absence from them, by your presence in this moment instead. The tea is half gone now, and you're aware of a pleasant heaviness beginning in your limbs. Not tiredness exactly, but a quality of deep relaxation, as if your body is remembering how to truly rest, letting go of tensions you've carried so long they'd become familiar. Your shoulders settle deeper into the chair, your breathing slows, matching the rhythm of the rain, In with the soft percussion of drops on the roof, out with the whisper of water against glass. Through the window, the darkness seems less like absence and more like presence. A soft, supporting darkness that holds the world gently while it rests. The stars you saw earlier are hidden now behind rain clouds, but somehow that feels right. On the longest night of the year, even the stars deserve to be covered, protected, allowed to shine without being watched. You finish your tea slowly, the last sip sweet and warm, and set the empty mug back on the table. For a moment, you simply sit, hands resting on the arms of the chair, eyes half closed, listening to the rain and the fire and the deep quiet that lives beneath both sounds. This is a silence you can fall into safely, a quiet that doesn't demand anything, doesn't expect anything, simply exists as a space for rest. Your gaze drifts to the bed, with its layers of blankets and its soft pillows, and you feel the pull of it. Not urgent, just a gentle invitation. But not yet. There's no rush. The night is long, the longest of the year, and you have all of it to simply be here, to exist in this small sanctuary of warmth and light, while the rain washes the world clean outside. You rise from the chair slowly, the throw falling away, and move to the window, standing close to the glass. The cold radiates from it in the faintest wave, a cool breath that makes the warmth behind you feel even more precious. You place your palm against the glass, feeling its chill, and watch the rain stream down around your hand, each drop catching the candlelight, turning to amber, to gold. This rain, you think, is falling on the whole forest, on every tree and fern and stone. It's filling the streams that run through hidden valleys, collecting in the hollows of ancient oaks, beading on spiderwebs like crystal. It's washing everything clean, preparing the world for the return of light that will begin tomorrow, slowly, imperceptibly, the days growing longer, breath by breath, until summer comes again. But that's tomorrow's promise. Tonight belongs to darkness and rain and rest. You turn from the window and move through the cabin, your steps slow and purposeful. You tend the fire again, adding another log, watching it catch. You blow out a few of the candles, not all of them, just enough that the light grows softer, more amber, more like the light of dreams. The shadows deepen in the corners, but they're friendly shadows, comfortable and safe. At the small sink in the corner, a simple basin with a hand pump, you fill a glass with cool water and drink it slowly, feeling it travel down, clean and pure. You splash a little on your face, the coolness refreshing, awakening one more moment of clarity before sleep begins its approach. And then, finally, you move to the bed. The quilts and blankets are cool when you first slide between them, cool the way river stones are cool in midsummer, a deliberate, delicious shock against skin that has carried the day's small frets and chill. You pause for one involuntary heartbeat, savouring that first contrast before your own heat begins its quiet work. It rises from your chest, your thighs, the soles of your feet, spreading outward like warm water poured into a bowl. Within moments the fabric drinks it in and gives it back multiplied. The topmost quilt, hand-pieced by someone whose name you will never know from indigo and cream log cabin squares, becomes a living thing that breathes with you. The woven cotton blanket beneath it, faded sage green, fringed at the edges, settles into the small of your back like a loyal dog curling up for the night. The heavy wool layer, dyed deep rust with walnut hulls decades ago, adds its own faint lanolin scent, earthy and reassuring, and crowning everything, the goose-down duvet, so weightless when you lifted it, now so substantial as it sinks, billows and then rests, a slow-motion snowdrift that remembers every contour of shoulder, hip, and knee. The sheets themselves are old friends, high-thread count cotton washed so many times the weave has relaxed into something almost like flannel, yet still crisp where the iron touched it this morning. They carry the ghost of line drying in mountain air, of lavender sachets tucked between folds all summer, of sunlight that no longer exists outside but lingers here in microscopic memory. When you turn your face into the pillowcase, you catch that scent fully. Lavender, yes, but also the green snap of pine needles crushed underfoot last spring, the faintest trace of wood smoke that has seeped into everything the cabin owns. The pillow yields exactly where your head settles, then pushes back just enough to cradle the base of your skull, the way a good hand cups the nape of a tired neck. You build your small architecture of pillows with the unhurried pleasure of a child making a den. One thick rectangle beneath your head, another slid lengthwise so your top arm can rest along it without going numb. Two more propped like soft battlements so that if you shift in the night you will meet only plush, resistance, never the cold edge of the world. Your knees find their habitual nook, one leg drawn up, the other stretched long, the sheet tucked just under your toes so no draft can sneak in. The mattress, horsehair and wool over hand-tied springs, accepts all of this with a faint welcoming creak, like an old porch swing saying yes, come sit. From this exact position you face the single window, its 4 small panes fogged at the corners where your breath and the stove's warmth meet the night. Rain slides down the glass in continuous silver threads, catching the candlelight so that each drop becomes a falling star for the length of one heartbeat. Beyond the panes, the darkness is not empty. It is full of spruce and cedar breathing out their resinous night perfume, full of the low hush of the forest floor drinking and drinking. Occasionally a gust rocks the treetops, and the motion translates all the way to your bed as the faintest sway, the cabin itself rocking you the way a mother rocks a cradle long after the child has forgotten he was ever afraid. Inside, the 3 remaining candles have burned low enough that their flames seem to float inside globes of molten gold. Light trembles across the quilt surface, turning the stitched patterns into tiny moving landscapes, ridges and valleys of shadow and glow. The wood stove gives its low, continuous purr, punctuated by the occasional pop of pitch or soft collapse of ash. The sound vibrates up through the floorboards, through the iron bed frame, through the mattress, until it reaches the bones of your pelvis and spine like a great cat stretched along your back. Your feet, which were icy when you first climbed the Sorch steps hours ago, are now almost too warm. You push one out from under the duvet for a moment, let the cool air kiss your ankle, then draw it back into the nest with a sigh that feels like the last page of a long letter finally signed. Your fingers uncurl against the sheet, palm open the way children sleep, as though ready to receive whatever gift the night decides to place there. Sleep is no longer something that will happen to you. It is a place you are already walking toward, barefoot on a path of warm stones. The boundary between the room and your body softens, The glow behind your closed eyelids is the same amber as the candlelight, the same rose as the coals, the same deep indigo as the rain-lit dark outside. Sounds braid themselves together, rain on tin, fire in iron, blood in your ears, until you can no longer tell which is which. Even the scent of lavender and wood smoke begins to feel like something you're remembering rather than smelling. Something from a childhood you maybe never lived, but somehow still belong to. The very last candle on the bedside table gutters, rights itself, steadies. You watch it through the lace of your lashes, not with effort, but with the lazy affection one gives a lighthouse seen from a slow-moving boat. Its pool of wax has risen high enough that the flame now burns inside a translucent cup, a tiny lantern carried by an invisible hand through the country of night. The light shining through the wax is the colour of honey held to sunlight, of late afternoons in September, of every good thing that has ever been warm. Your eyelids surrender their last pretense of duty. The world does not vanish. It simply loosens its edges and allows you to fall upward into it. The rain is inside your breath now. The glow of the fire is inside your chest. The weight of the blankets is the same weight as the sky resting on the mountains, and you are somehow holding all of it, or it is holding you. There is no difference anymore, and then even that gentle distinction dissolves, and there is only the slow, continuous, effortless motion of being carried by darkness, by warmth, by the quiet certainty that everything necessary is already here. You're aware dimly, as if through many layers of wool, that the winter solstice is still crouched outside like a great animal, its breath the long darkness that has swallowed the valley whole. The forest stands in its ancient patience, every needle and branch outlined in frost that will not melt for hours yet. You can almost feel the trees listening to the night, the way they listen to every night, holding their slow green thoughts beneath bark and pitch. Somewhere below the cabin, the little streams run black and quick with winter rain, carrying fallen alder leaves and the faint mineral scent of stone toward the river that never quite freezes. Above, the stars are hidden behind a lid of clouds so thick it feels deliberate, as though the sky itself has drawn curtains for your sake. But none of this requires your attention. You do not need to stay awake for the exact instant when the Earth's tilt begins, imperceptibly, to swing back toward the sun. That silent pivot will happen, whether your eyes are open or closed, whether your heart counts it or not. The only task left to you, simple, sacred, and non-negotiable, is to rest. And so, with the gratitude of someone laying down a burden carried too far, you do. You let the last bright threads of wakefulness slip from your fingers. They rise like faint balloons of light, drifting upward through the rafters, through the cedar shingles, through the rain, vanishing into the night you no longer need to police. Your breathing, which has been shallow and watchful all day, suddenly remembers its older, deeper cadence. In. And the lungs fill with the smell of wood smoke and wet hemlock drifting in through the cracked window. Out, and the day's small worries are exhaled like steam. The body takes over gladly, reclaiming its animal rights, heartbeat steady as a metronome made of oak, blood moving warm and slow as sap in spring though it is still deep winter. The cabin itself seems to settle around you with a sigh of relief. The hand-hewn logs, dark with a century of smoke and stories, relax into their duty of holding warmth. The old iron latch on the door clicks once in its sleep, as if to say no one will disturb you. Even the floorboards, warped and silvered by generations of boots, seem to cup the bed more tenderly now. The wool blankets, thick as sheep still grazing somewhere in memory, weigh just enough to remind you where your edges are, and then a little more, until the distinction between you and the bed begins to blur in the best possible way. Rain keeps its patient conversation with the roof, each drop a fingertip tapping, tapping, tapping. The same lullaby the mountains have heard for 10,000 years. Sometimes the wind lifts the hem of the storm and the drumming swells. Sometimes it softens to a hush, as if the clouds themselves are tiptoeing so as not to wake you. Between these rhythms, the silence is enormous and kind. The kind of silence that contains owls, distant waterfalls, the slow turning of planets. The candles you lit earlier, 3 beeswax stubs in blue glass jars, have burned low, their flames leaning toward the wick's end like old friends reluctant to say goodbye. Light trembles across the walls, picking out the grain of the pine, the small knot that looks like an eye, the faint charcoal sketch someone drew decades ago of a moose standing in snow. Then even those details soften. The fire in the cast iron stove has collapsed into a mound of glowing coals that pulse like a sleeping heart. Rose, ruby, occasional sapphire when a drop finds its way down the chimney and hisses into steam. Heat radiates in slow waves, rising to the quilt, sinking into your bones until you feel yourself becoming part of the cabin's long warmth, another ember banked for the night. There is nothing to guard against, no tomorrow knocking yet, no yesterday rattling its chains, only this present moment, vast as the darkness outside and infinitely gentler. Dreams may come. Perhaps you're already walking barefoot through moss that glows faintly under moonlight you cannot see, or floating above the forest watching rings of rain ripple outward across a black mirror lake. Or dreams may choose to leave you in peace. Either way, the night will not ask you to file a report. The very last thing you notice is the rain again, closer now, as if it has come inside to finish its song right at your ear. It falls on the roof like countless small hands, promising the same thing over and over. Everything will be washed, everything will be fed, everything hidden will one day grow. You smile or think you smile, or perhaps the smile happens somewhere deeper than muscles, and then even that gentle intention loosens and drifts. Warmth, softness, the scent of cedar and wool and faint wood smoke curling into your hair, the sense, almost physical, of being held by the bed, by the cabin, by the forest, by the turning earth itself, the way a child is held by someone who will not let go no matter how deep the sleep. The candles surrender at last, drowning in their own golden pools. The stove ticks as it cools, a small metallic heartbeat slowing to match your own. Rain keeps its ancient promise to the roots and stones and sleeping bears and to you, and you sleep, truly, richly. The kind of sleep that feels like travelling a great distance and arriving home at the same moment. Somewhere beyond the walls, the longest night reaches its midpoint and begins, without fanfare, to shorten. The planet tilts. The stars, still hidden, wheel imperceptibly. None of it disturbs you. In your dreams, if dreams there are, you may find yourself walking an endless aisle of trees whose branches interlace overhead like the vault of some vast green cathedral. Moonlight, though there is no moon tonight, falls in silver bars across the path. Somewhere a stream laughs over stones. Somewhere an owl asks its single question and does not wait for an answer. And always, always the rain is falling upward, rising in delicate threads to rejoin the clouds that gave it birth, teaching you the secret that falling and rising are the same motion if you let them be. But even these images thin, like mist at sunrise, until there is only breath, only warmth, only the deep cellular hush that precedes renewal. Rest now. The night has set its quiet sentinels, the rain, the trees, the slow bright coals, the patient dark. Nothing is asked of you except that you remain exactly where you are, held in the palm of this solstice night like a seed held in soil. All is well, all is well, all is well. And deeper still, beneath even the echo of those words, there is only the soft thunder of your heart saying yes to everything, to darkness, to rain, to rest, to whatever morning the world decides to bring when it is ready. Sleep, traveller. The cabin will keep the light. The forest will keep the silence. The rain will keep the time. You're safe. You're held. You are, for this one long, exquisite night, perfectly and completely at home in the heart of winter. Enchanting, cozy, rainy tea room bedtime story. The rain begins before you even notice it. A whisper first, then a gentle pattering that seems to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. You've been walking for what feels like hours, though time has grown soft and uncertain, moving like honey through the dimming afternoon light. The path beneath your feet is made of smooth, worn stones, each one rounded by centuries of footsteps and weather, and they lead you forward with a quiet insistence, as though they know exactly where you need to go. You don't remember when you left the bustling world behind. Perhaps it was when the city sounds faded into birdsong. Perhaps it was when the concrete gave way to moss. All you know now is that you're walking through a garden that seems to exist outside of ordinary time, where the air itself feels different, thicker, sweeter, filled with the scent of wet earth and night-blooming jasmine. The rain grows a little heavier, though never harsh. It falls in silvery curtains that catch what little light remains in the sky, transforming each droplet into a tiny prism. The sound is rhythmic, almost musical, a soft percussion that matches the steady beating of your heart. You realize you've been walking in time with it, your breath synchronizing with its gentle rise and fall. Inhale as the rain whispers down. Exhale as it pools in the leaves overhead. The garden path curves around a massive willow tree, its branches hanging like a curtain of green silk, swaying ever so slightly in the barely there breeze. You pass beneath it, and the rain becomes even softer here, filtered through thousands of narrow leaves that catch and release each drop with tender precision. The world feels muffled, protected, safe. And then you see it. Nestled in a small clearing, surrounded by wild roses that climb up its walls in cascades of cream and blush pink, stands a tea room. It's small, intimate, built of honey-coloured wood that seems to glow from within, even in the fading light. The roof is curved and covered in dark tiles that shine with rain, and from beneath the eaves hang delicate paper lanterns, each one casting a pool of warm amber light that dances gently in the wet air. The windows are tall and arched, their panes made of old glass that ripples slightly, distorting the glow from within into something dreamlike and soft. Through them, you can see the flicker of candlelight, the suggestion of movement, the promise of warmth. You didn't know you were looking for this place, but now that you've found it, you realize you've been searching for it all your life. Your feet carry you forward without conscious thought. The rain continues its gentle symphony, now accompanied by the soft rustle of rose petals and the distant murmur of water, perhaps a stream, perhaps a fountain, somewhere deeper in the garden. Each step feels lighter than the last, as though you're shedding something invisible with every footfall. Worry, perhaps, the weight of the day, the accumulated heaviness of 1,000 small concerns. The door to the tea room is round-topped and painted a soft sage green, weathered in a way that speaks of years and seasons but never neglect. There's no handle, only a smooth wooden surface, warm to the touch. You press your palm against it, and it swings open with a whisper, releasing a breath of air so fragrant and welcoming that you close your eyes for a moment just to breathe it in. Chamomile, lavender, the subtle sweetness of honey, the earthy comfort of steam rising from porcelain, and underneath it all the clean, pure scent of rain. When you open your eyes and step inside, the world transforms. The tea room is even more beautiful than you imagined. The floors are made of wide wooden planks, polished to a soft sheen that reflects the candlelight in pools of gold. The walls are lined with shelves, hundreds of them it seems, each one filled with jars and tins and delicate boxes, all containing teas from places both real and imagined. You can see labels written in elegant script: Moonlight Oolong, Starflower White, Dreams of Bergamot, Silver Needle Serenity. Small tables are scattered throughout the space, each one set with simple, beautiful things. A ceramic teapot in the shape of a sleeping cat, cups so thin you can see the candlelight through them, tiny dishes holding crystallized ginger and squares of dark honey cake. But the room is empty of other people. This moment, this space, belongs only to you. At the far end of the room, a wall of windows looks out onto the garden, and the rain streams down the glass in rivulets that catch and fragment the lantern light outside. It's like looking at the world through a waterfall, everything softened, everything beautiful, everything at peace. You move deeper into the room, and your eyes are drawn to a particular corner where the warmth seems to gather most intensely. Here, someone has created a nest of comfort so inviting that you feel your muscles begin to relax just looking at it. There's a low table made of dark, polished wood, its surface reflecting the gentle glow of a nearby candle. Around it, plush cushions in shades of cream and dusty blue are arranged on a thick rug that seems to be made of clouds. Above, more lanterns hang from the ceiling on nearly invisible strings, swaying almost imperceptibly, their light steady and sure. And beside the table, positioned perfectly to look out at the rain-washed garden, is the most comfortable chair you've ever seen. It's large and deep, upholstered in fabric the colour of twilight, that particular shade of blue-purple that the sky becomes just before the stars appear. It has wide arms perfect for resting a teacup, and it's piled with pillows and draped with a soft woolen throw in a pattern of subtle geometry. You sink into it, and it's like being embraced. The cushions yield and then support, finding every tired part of you and offering rest. Your shoulders drop, your jaw unclenches, your breathing, already slow from the rain rhythm of your walk, deepens further. For a long moment you simply sit and listen. The rain on the roof is a constant gentle drumming, not loud enough to be intrusive, but present enough to fill any space that silence might leave empty. Through the windows you can hear it pattering on leaves, trickling into the garden's hidden streams, creating tiny percussion against the stone paths. It's the kind of sound that seems to exist at the perfect frequency for peace, vibrating in harmony with some deep, ancient part of your brain that remembers safety, shelter, the comfort of being protected from the elements. As you settle more deeply into the chair, you notice a small bell on the table beside you. It's made of brass, tarnished to a soft glow, with a wooden handle smooth from use. Without quite knowing why, you reach out and ring it, just once, gently. The sound is clear and pure, like a single drop of water falling into a still pond. It hangs in the air for a moment, then fades, absorbed by the cushions and the rain. And then, as though summoned by that small sound, a presence makes itself known. You're not startled. Nothing in this place could startle you. But you become aware that you're no longer alone. A figure moves through the doorway at the back of the tea room, and you understand immediately that this is the keeper of this space, the tender of comfort, the brewer of peace. They are neither young nor old, neither clearly one thing nor another, but rather seem to exist in that timeless way that certain places and certain moments do. They wear simple robes in shades of stone and moss, and they move with the unhurried grace of someone who has never known rush or urgency. Their face is kind, deeply, fundamentally kind, with eyes that seem to reflect the candlelight like water. They don't speak, but they incline their head in a gesture that communicates welcome, recognition, and something else. Relief, perhaps, that you've finally arrived. They've been waiting for you, you realize. Not in impatience, but in the way that a warm bath waits, or a soft bed waits, or home waits, with certainty, with readiness. They moved to a cabinet you hadn't noticed before, built into the wall and fronted with glass doors that reveal row upon row of beautiful teas. Their hands move with practiced precision, selecting a jar here, a tin there, measuring and mixing with the care of someone creating not just a beverage, but a blessing. You watch, mesmerized, as they prepare your tea. Water is poured from a kettle that seems to have been steaming forever, its spout long and elegant, designed to pour without splash or spill. The water meets the tea leaves with a soft sigh, and immediately the air fills with a new fragrance, something floral and grounding at once, with hints of vanilla and the particular sweetness of honey still in the comb. While the tea steeps, the keeper brings you small things. A plate with 3 tiny cookies, each one stamped with a different pattern. A moon, a star, a flower. A small bowl of crystallized rose petals that sparkle like jewels in the candlelight. A folded cloth, warm as though it's been resting near a fire, which they place gently over your lap. Each gesture is an act of care so pure and uncomplicated that you feel something inside you begin to soften and release. When was the last time someone took care of you like this? When was the last time you allowed it? The tea, when it comes, is served in a cup that fits perfectly in your hands. The ceramic is warm but not hot, smooth, but with a subtle texture that pleases your fingers. The colour is deep amber, almost gold, and when you bring it close to your face, the steam that rises seems to carry away tension you didn't even know you were holding. You sip. Oh, it's difficult to describe what you taste. There's chamomile, certainly, and something like vanilla, but also notes you can't quite name. The flavour of sunlight on skin, perhaps, or the essence of a peaceful morning, or the taste of dreams before they become words. It's sweet without being cloying, soothing without being bland. It spreads warmth through your chest, down your arms, into your fingers and toes. You take another sip, and then another, and with each one you feel yourself releasing a little more. Your thoughts, which have been chattering quietly in the background of your mind all day, all week, all month, perhaps all year, begin to slow. They don't disappear entirely, but they become like the rain, present, gentle, no longer demanding your attention. The keeper has retreated to a respectful distance, tending to quiet tasks, wiping down a counter, arranging flowers in a small vase, lighting a stick of incense that releases a thin ribbon of smoke smelling of sandalwood and peace. They're present but not intrusive, a comforting presence that asks nothing of you. You turn your attention to the windows, to the garden beyond. The light is fading now, the sky deepening from blue to indigo to something darker still. But the garden doesn't disappear into darkness. Instead, it transforms. The lanterns hanging from tree branches and tucked into flower beds begin to glow more brightly, their warm light creating pools of amber in the gathering dusk. And everywhere, the rain continues, each droplet catching the light as it falls, turning the entire garden into a cascade of liquid stars. You can see the shapes of things out there, the silhouettes of trees, the darker masses of rose bushes, the glint of water in what must be a pond or fountain, and you can see the rain itself visible in the cones of light from the lanterns, falling in silver threads, in sheets of luminous mist, in individual drops that seem to hang suspended for just a moment before continuing their journey to Earth. The sound of it is hypnotic. It has rhythms within rhythms, the quick patter on the roof, the slower drip from eaves to ground, the splash as larger drops hit the surface of water, the rustle as rain moves through different types of leaves. Together they create a symphony of such subtle complexity that you could listen for hours and never hear quite the same pattern twice. You sip your tea and feel it working its quiet magic. Your eyelids grow heavier, but not in an uncomfortable way. It's the heaviness of true relaxation, the kind that comes when every part of you finally agrees that it's safe to let go. Your muscles release tensions you didn't know they were holding. Your jaw softens. Your shoulders drop away from your ears. Even your thoughts seem to settle down into your body, becoming less like urgent messages and more like gentle observations. The rain continues. The candles flicker softly. The tea steams in your hands. Time becomes irrelevant. You might sit here for minutes or hours. There's no way to tell and no need to know. This moment exists outside of time, in that space where healing happens, where rest becomes possible, where the soul remembers what it feels like to simply be. At some point you notice that the keeper has placed a fresh pot of tea on the table beside you. You didn't see them approach, but there it is, wrapped in a quilted cozy, ready whenever you want more. There's also a small book, its cover soft leather worn smooth by many readings. You pick it up and find it's a collection of poems about rain, about gardens, about quiet evenings and the spaces between thoughts. The pages fall open to a verse that seems to have been waiting for you. In the garden where the rain knows your name, where the lanterns hold back only enough darkness to remind you that you're safe. There is a chair, a cup, a moment that belongs to no one else. Here, you're allowed to rest. Here, you're allowed to simply be. You read the words twice, 3 times, letting them sink in like the rain sinks into thirsty earth. You're allowed to rest. You're allowed to simply be. Setting the book aside, you reach for the fresh pot and pour yourself another cup. The movements are meditative. Lift, tilt, pour, set down. The liquid falls in a gentle arc, steam rising, fragrance blooming. You add a small spoonful of honey from a jar on the table. Watch it spiral down through the amber tea like a gold ribbon. Stir it slowly with a delicate silver spoon that chimes softly against the ceramic. This cup tastes different from the first, though it's the same tea. Or perhaps you're different, more open, more present, more willing to receive the gift that's being offered, the gift of this moment, this safety, this peace. Outside, the rain shifts slightly. It's still gentle, still constant, but now you can hear a new element, the sound of it on water. The pond, you realize, or whatever body of water lies out there in the garden. The rain creates circles on the surface, overlapping rings of ripples that catch the lantern light and multiply it, sending reflected luminescence dancing across the underside of leaves, the sides of trees, the glass windows of the tea room. You stand slowly, bringing your tea with you, and move to the windows for a closer look. The glass is cool against your forehead as you lean close, peering out into the rain-blessed darkness. And what you see takes your breath away. The pond is larger than you thought, stretching out into the garden like a pool of captured sky. Its surface is alive with rain, each impact creating a moment of perfect geometry before dissolving into the next. Lily pads float serenely, unmoved by the gentle percussion. And in the center of the pond, rising from the water on a small island of moss-covered stones, stands a pavilion. It's tiny, barely large enough for 2 people, made of the same honey-colored wood as the tea room, its roof curved and sheltering. Inside you can see the glow of more candles and what looks like cushions and blankets, a space prepared for watching and dreaming and being still. Something in you responds to the sight of it, a longing perhaps, or a recognition. The tea room is wonderful, warm and safe, but that pavilion, that little island of shelter in the middle of the rain-jeweled water, calls to something deeper in your spirit. As if reading your thoughts, you sense the keeper beside you. They still don't speak, but they gesture toward the garden, toward the pond, and then to a lantern hanging by the door. The meaning is clear. You may go. You're invited. The garden is yours to explore. You set down your teacup and the keeper immediately gently places it in a woven basket, along with the fresh pot of tea, wrapped carefully to keep it warm. They add a few of the cookies, a thick blanket folded small, and a second lantern. They hand you the basket, and the weight of it is surprisingly light, as though care itself has reduced its burden. They open the door for you, and the sound of the rain grows louder, more immediate. But you're not worried. Beside the door hang several cloaks, and the keeper lifts one down, a beautiful thing made of waxed canvas in a deep forest green, with a hood lined in soft flannel. They settle it around your shoulders, and it falls into place as though it was made specifically for you. "Thank you," you whisper, the first words you've spoken since arriving, and the keeper's smile is like sunrise. You step out into the garden, lantern in one hand, basket in the other, and the rain greets you like an old friend. It patters gently on your hood, runs in rivulets off the waxed canvas, but you stay dry beneath your cloak, warm and protected. The lantern casts a circle of gold around you, pushing back the darkness just enough to show you the path. The stones beneath your feet are slick with rain, but they're steady, placed with care by someone who knew that people would walk here in darkness, in weather, in moments of seeking. You move slowly, in no hurry, letting the rain set your pace. Each step is deliberate, mindful, as much a part of the meditation as breathing. The garden at night is a different world. Flowers you didn't notice in the fading daylight now reveal themselves. Night-blooming jasmine, moonflowers, pale as pearls, mysterious shapes that might be orchids or might be something from a dream. Their fragrances mix with the scent of wet earth and green growing things, creating a perfume so complex and beautiful that you pause several times just to breathe it in. The path winds between rose bushes that seem to glow in the darkness, their petals luminous. Water drips from their leaves in a gentle, irregular rhythm, plink, plink, plink into puddles that reflect your lantern light like scattered coins. Somewhere nearby, you hear the soft trill of a night bird, not alarmed by your presence, simply singing its evening song. The pond appears before you gradually, the path opening up to reveal its dark, rain-dappled surface. It's even more beautiful up close. The lily pads are enormous, some of them large enough that you imagine you could step on them, though you don't try. Their flowers are closed for the night, but you can see their shapes, tight spirals of pale petals waiting for tomorrow's sun. And there, just a short stone bridge away, is the pavilion. The bridge is wide enough to feel safe, with low walls on either side, and as you cross it, you watch the rain create patterns on the water below. Each lantern hanging around the pond casts its own reflection, so the water seems filled with sunken moons, all trembling gently with each new touch of rain. The pavilion welcomes you with the scent of cedar and wisteria. Inside, just as you glimpsed from the tea room, is a nest of comfort. Cushions covered in midnight blue silk, blankets of softest wool, and a low table with a candle protected in a glass lantern, its flame steady and sure. You set down your basket and your lantern. Remove your wet cloak and hang it on a hook clearly placed there for this purpose, and settle yourself among the cushions. They're positioned perfectly to look out at the garden, at the rain, at the reflection-filled water. You're surrounded by it all, the sound, the sight, the feeling of being held safely in the heart of the storm, if such gentle rain can even be called a storm. You pour yourself more tea from the pot, which is somehow still perfectly warm. The steam rises into the cool night air, and you wrap your hands around the cup, feeling its heat seep into your palms. The first sip is just as perfect as before, and you realize that this tea isn't just a drink. It's a companion, a comfort, a thread connecting you to the tea room and its keeper, ensuring you're never truly alone even in this beautiful solitude. The rain continues its ancient song. You notice its variations more clearly now, the way it drums on the pavilion's roof, lighter than it was in the tea room, the way it whispers against the pond's surface, the way it moves through different trees with different voices, a rush through bamboo, a patter through maple, a gentle sigh through pine. Your breathing has synchronized with it completely now. Each inhale draws in the scent of rain and flowers and night. Each exhale releases a little more of what you no longer need. The tension, the worry, the endless mental lists and plans and preparations. Out here, in the rain, in the garden, in this moment, none of that matters. There's only this, the cup in your hands, the cushion supporting you, the rain blessing everything, and the deep, profound peace settling into your bones. Above you, the sky's clearing slightly, not with the abrupt violence of a storm breaking, but with the slow courtesy of someone drawing back a curtain. Between the rain clouds, you catch glimpses of stars, just a few at first, dim and uncertain, as though they too are waking from a long sleep. Then more appear, then suddenly whole constellations visible through the ragged breaks in the cover. They shimmer and dance, their light filtered by the falling rain, turned into something softer and closer than stars usually seem, almost like lantern light seen through wet silk. Orion's belt glints low, the Pleiades scatter like spilled salt, and somewhere high above, a single bright wanderer, Venus perhaps, burns steady and kind, as if it has been waiting for you to notice. You lean back into the cushions, pulling the old wool blanket over your legs. It smells faintly of cedar and wood smoke. the scent of every safe place you ever knew as a child. You tilt your face up to watch the sky, and the cool breath of the rain touches your cheeks without ever crossing the invisible boundary of the pavilion. The drops fall on the pond in perfect circles that widen, overlap, erase themselves. They fall on the broad leaves of the Unra, on the stone lanterns half covered in moss, on the tiled roof above you, with a sound like 1,000 quiet fingers drumming good night. But where you sit, you are dry and warm and perfectly, completely at peace. This is the gift the garden has been offering all along, not escape from the rain, but the perfect place to witness it, to be surrounded by it without being claimed by it, to let it wash away everything except this moment of pure, uncomplicated being. Every petty worry, every jagged memory, every tomorrow that has been gnawing at you, they dissolve the way ink dissolves in water, leaving only clarity. Your eyelids grow heavier. The tea, jasmine and something darker, like smoked plum, has done its work, loosening the knots in your shoulders, quieting the small anxious committee that usually lives behind your eyes. The rain has done its work, steady and impartial, erasing footprints, softening edges. The garden has done its work, holding you the way a mother holds a child who has finally stopped struggling. You take one last sip of tea, sweet, warm, perfect, and set the cup down gently on the low lacquered table. The porcelain makes the smallest sound, like a bell far away. You pull the blanket higher, sink deeper into the cushions that seem to remember the shape of every weary traveller who ever rested here, and let your eyes close. The rain continues. It will rain all night, you think. It will rain forever, perhaps, in this garden outside of time, where seasons are only suggestions and clocks are politely ignored. And that is perfect. That is exactly right. The sound of it becomes your lullaby, now loud on the roof, now soft on the leaves, now a hush on the pond. The rhythm of it becomes your heartbeat, slow and certain. And as you drift down into sleep, real sleep, the kind that heals and restores and makes you whole again, you know without question that you are safe. The garden holds you the way earth holds roots. The rain blesses you the way only water can, by never asking you to be anything other than what you are. Somewhere nearby, the keeper tends the tea room, keeping watch, keeping the kettle warm, keeping the candles lit, keeping the welcome ready for anyone else who stumbles in soaked and half lost. But right now, this moment belongs to you alone. This peace is yours, hard won and freely given. This rest is yours, deeper than any you have known since the world first taught you to be afraid. The stars shine through the rain, their light trembling on every droplet like a promise. The dark water of the pond reflects them back, redoubled and endless, and you sleep, surrounded by beauty you no longer need to chase, cradled by comfort that asks nothing in return, blessed by the endless gentle song of rain on water, rain on leaves, rain on the roof of your small pavilion in the garden where everything, finally, mercifully, is exactly as it should be. The rain knows your name, though it will never speak it aloud. The garden has been waiting for you since before you were born, and now, at last, you rest. The midnight train to Starlight City, a gentle journey sleep story. The evening arrives with a whisper, a subtle shift in the atmosphere that you feel more than near, like the turning of a page in a book left open to the wind. You find yourself standing on a platform at the edge of a small train station, the kind that exists in the spaces between waking and dreaming, where time bends and reality softens at the edges. This station isn't marked on any map you've ever seen. It's a place that feels conjured from the quiet corners of your mind, perhaps from childhood memories of rainy afternoons spent gazing out windows, or from half-remembered stories told by grandparents around flickering fireplaces. The platform stretches out modestly, perhaps 30 paces long, bordered by a low railing of wrought iron twisted into elegant vine-like patterns that speak of a bygone era when craftsmanship was an art form unto itself. The air is cool against your skin, carrying with it the scent of rain-dampened wood and distant cedar, mingled with the faint earthy aroma of moss clinging to the station's stone foundations. It's the kind of coolness that invigorates without chilling, wrapping around you like a familiar shawl. Above you, the sky has deepened into that particular shade of twilight blue, not quite night, not quite day, where the first stars are beginning to prick through the dimming veil like tiny diamonds scattered across velvet. The horizon still holds a faint glow, a reluctant farewell from the sun, painting the clouds in soft lavenders and indigos that bleed into one another seamlessly. The platform is empty except for you, a solitary figure in this tranquil expanse. Old-fashioned lanterns hang from weathered posts, their glass globes frosted and soft, casting pools of amber light that don't quite reach the edges of the darkness, leaving the peripheries shrouded in mystery. These lanterns, with their intricate filigree bases, seem to hum faintly with the warmth of their flames. Gas lamps, perhaps, or something more ethereal, flickering in rhythm with the evening's pulse. The light is kind here, never harsh, always filtered through something gentle, mist or memory, or the tender quality of evening itself, softening shadows and inviting introspection. You notice the sound first, rain, falling somewhere not too far away. Not on you, not yet, but close enough that you can hear its rhythm, a soft percussion against leaves, against earth, against the old tin roof of the station house behind you. The station house itself is a quaint structure, painted in faded cream with green trim, its windows mullioned and slightly fogged from the inside, as if holding onto the warmth of days long past. The rain's cadence varies subtly, a light patter on broad oak leaves, a deeper thrum on the compacted soil of the surrounding woods, and a tinny echo on the roof that resonates like a distant drum. It's the kind of rain that doesn't rush, that takes its time, each drop finding its own moment to fall, lingering in the air before committing to the ground. The sound of it seems to sync with something inside you, matching the quiet pulse of your own heartbeat, the slow rise and fall of your breathing, as if the world outside is mirroring the calm within. You don't remember deciding to come here. There was no plan, no urgency, no destination you were trying to reach, no hurried packing of bags, no frantic navigation through bustling crowds or sterile airports. You simply found yourself here, at this platform, in this particular moment of evening, and it feels exactly right, as if every path in your life has led inexorably to this serene juncture. Your shoulders ease downward, tension you didn't know you were carrying beginning to dissolve like sugar in warm water, melting away the knots from long hours at desks, endless meetings, or the subtle strains of daily existence. A sigh escapes your lips unbidden, carrying with it the weight of forgotten worries. The wooden boards beneath your feet are smooth and worn, polished by countless footsteps over countless years. Travelers from eras past, perhaps. Weary commuters in pinstriped suits. Lovers stealing away for secret rendezvous. Children wide-eyed with adventure. When you shift your weight, they give the smallest creak. Not a complaint, but a greeting. A gentle acknowledgement of your presence, echoing through the planks like a whispered secret shared between old friends. The sound is comforting, familiar in a way you can't quite place, evoking hazy recollections of creaky porches on summer nights, or the floors of ancient libraries filled with dusty tomes. In the distance you hear it, the low melodic call of a train whistle, a haunting tune that weaves through the air like a thread of silver. The sound is muffled by the rain and the evening air, coming from somewhere far down the tracks, somewhere you can't yet see, perhaps miles away where the rails curve through shadowed valleys. It doesn't startle you. Instead, it settles something inside you, an answer to a question you didn't know you'd been asking, a reassurance that movement, change is on its way, but in no hurry to disrupt the peace. The rain begins to reach you now, but only barely, the lightest mist, more like a thought of rain than rain itself, touching your face with cool, tender fingertips that leave behind a faint, refreshing dampness. You breathe it in, and the air tastes clean, mineral sweet, carrying hints of wet stone and night-blooming flowers you cannot name, jasmine perhaps, or something wilder, like moonflowers unfurling their petals under the emerging stars. The mist clings lightly to your hair, your clothes, without soaking through, just enough to heighten your senses, making every breath feel alive and renewed. You look down the tracks, twin ribbons of steel that gleam faintly in the lantern light, disappearing into the misty horizon. In the gathering darkness, you can just make out the glow of the train's headlight, a single point of soft gold, moving slowly, unhurriedly through the misty evening, bobbing gently like a lantern carried by an invisible hand. There is no need to rush here, no schedule to keep, no frantic checking of watches or worried glancing at timetables. The concept of time feels fluid, elastic, bending to the whims of the moment rather than dictating it. The train will arrive when it arrives, and you will board when you board, and everything will unfold at exactly the pace it needs to, like a flower blooming in its own season. You notice a bench nearby, cast iron painted deep green, its surface worn smooth and welcoming by generations of sitters, with ornate armrests shaped like curling ferns. Without thinking about it, you sit down, the motion automatic, instinctive. The metal is cool but not cold, warmed subtly by the ambient air, and the curves of the bench seem made precisely for your body, supporting you in all the right places, the small of your back, the bend of your knees, cradling you like a custom-fitted embrace. You lean back and close your eyes for just a moment, listening to the rain, the distant train, the quiet settling of evening into night. In that darkness behind your eyelids, images flicker. Fragments of dreams, faces from your past, landscapes you've never visited but somehow know intimately. When you open your eyes again, the train is closer, its form emerging from the mist like an apparition solidifying. You can see it now more clearly. An old passenger train, its deep blue paint weathered to a soft, almost dreamlike patina, with accents of gold trim that catch the lantern light and sparkle faintly. The locomotive at the front is a classic design, rounded and robust, with a smokestack that releases not harsh smoke, but gentle puffs of steam that dissipate into the rain. Cars behind it, perhaps 5 or 6. Each have their own character, one with ornate scrollwork on the doors, another with stained glass insets in the windows that hint at colours within. The train slows as it approaches the platform, and you're struck by how quiet it is. No harsh squeal of brakes, no grinding of metal on metal, just a gentle sigh, a whisper of steam, and then stillness, as if the train is breathing in unison with the night. The rain continues its soft patter, now falling on the train's roof, adding another layer to the evening's lullaby, a higher-pitched tinkling on the metal surfaces, blending with the deeper thuds on the earth below. A door opens in front of you, not with a bang or a hiss, but with the same quiet grace that seems to characterize everything here, sliding smoothly on well-oiled hinges. A conductor steps out, dressed in a uniform of deep navy with brass buttons that gleam softly, and even in the dim lantern light you can see the kindness in their weathered face, the lines around their eyes speaking of countless smiles, the gentle curve of their mouth a perpetual invitation. Their hair is silvered at the temples, and their eyes hold a depth that suggests they've seen many journeys, many souls finding their way. They don't ask for a ticket. They don't ask where you're going. They simply nod, a gesture that says you are expected, you are welcome, you belong here, as if this moment was written in the stars long ago. The midnight train to Starlight City, they say. their voice low and warm like honey dissolved in chamomile tea, with a faint accent that you can't place, perhaps from some forgotten corner of the world or from dreams themselves. Right on time. The words carry no irony. Time here is not a tyrant but a companion, always aligning perfectly with the flow of events. You stand, feeling your body move with an ease you'd forgotten was possible. No stiffness from long days of sitting or standing, no resistance from tired muscles, just fluid motion like water finding its course down a gentle slope. Each joint unfolds smoothly, your limbs light and unburdened. You step toward the train, and with each step something inside you becomes lighter, quieter, more still, a shedding of layers, like leaves falling in autumn, leaving only the essential core. The conductor helps you aboard, their hand steady and warm, calloused from years of service yet gentle, like a parent's guiding touch. And then you're inside, surrounded by that amber glow you saw from the platform, a light that seems to emanate from everywhere and nowhere, soft and enveloping. The interior of the train car is more beautiful than you imagined. Old mahogany wood polished to a soft gleam, with intricate carvings of leaves and vines along the paneling, evoking ancient forests. Brass fixtures that catch the light and scatter it gently. Lamps with frosted shades, handrails curved elegantly, add a touch of antique elegance. The seats are upholstered in deep blue velvet that looks as soft as clouds must feel, with subtle patterns embroidered in silver thread, perhaps stars or constellations that shimmer faintly. The car is empty save for you. This train, this journey, this evening, they are yours alone, a private sanctuary tailored to your unspoken needs. No chatter of fellow passengers, no distractions, just the quiet companionship of the train itself, humming softly with life. You make your way down the aisle, running your fingers along the backs of the seats, feeling the plush fabric yield beneath your touch, the velvet warm and inviting like stroking the fur of a contented animal. Each window you pass shows you the misty platform, the amber lanterns, the soft darkness beyond, framed like living paintings. The rain is falling more steadily now, drops racing down the windows in slow meandering paths, some straight and purposeful, others zigzagging playfully, and you stop to watch them, mesmerized by their lazy descent, tracing patterns that resemble rivers on a map or veins in a leaf. You choose a seat near the middle of the car, by a window, and sink into it. The cushion embraces you, supporting your weight with such perfect gentleness that you feel you could sit here forever, suspended in comfort. There's a small table beside the seat, made of polished walnut with inlaid designs of swirling galaxies, and on it someone, or something, has placed a cup, ceramic, warm to the touch, hand thrown with subtle imperfections that make it feel personal, filled with something that smells of vanilla and honey and herbs you can't quite name. Perhaps lavender or chamomile or a hint of mint. You lift it to your lips and sip. The liquid is perfectly warm, not hot enough to burn, just warm enough to spread comfort through your chest, your stomach, your limbs, like a gentle wave radiating outward. Each sip seems to carry away a little more tension, a little more of the day's accumulated weight, the emails unread, the conversations unresolved, these small anxieties that accumulate like dust. The train begins to move, and the motion is so smooth you barely notice the transition from stillness to movement. There's no lurch, no sudden acceleration, just a gentle easing forward, like a boat pushing off from shore into calm waters, propelled by some unseen benevolent force. Through your window, the platform slides away, the lanterns becoming smaller points of light, blurring into golden streaks as speed increases subtly, and then the train is gliding into open countryside, into the soft embrace of the rainy night. The rhythm of the train's movement quickly becomes a meditation. The gentle sway side to side, the quiet clack, clack, clack of wheels on rails. It's hypnotic, soothing, like being rocked in enormous tender arms, reminiscent of infancy's cradle. You settle deeper into your seat, the cup warm between your hands, and watch the world pass by outside your window, a panorama unfolding at a leisurely pace. The landscape is painted in watercolors, soft grays and blues and deep greens, all blurred together by the rain and the mist and the gathering darkness, creating a dreamlike haze. You catch glimpses, a meadow where wildflowers bow their heads beneath the rain, their petals folded closed for the night, colors muted to pastels, pinks and yellows softened to whispers. A grove of trees with branches that reach toward each other overhead, creating a canopy that filters the rainfall into a fine, dancing spray, leaves rustling in a symphony with the drops, a stream that runs parallel to the tracks for a while, its surface stippled by raindrops, reflecting the last traces of twilight in the sky, with occasional flashes of silver from hidden fish darting beneath. Further on, the scenery evolves, rolling hills cloaked in fog, where distant farmhouses twinkle with solitary lights, suggesting lives lived in quiet harmony with the land. A forgotten orchard, apples hanging heavy and red, dripping with rain, their scent somehow permeating the glass to mingle with your tea. Bridges arch over quiet rivers, their stone arches ancient and moss-covered, echoing the train's passage with a hollow resonance. Occasionally wildlife stirs, a deer lifting its head from grazing, eyes luminous in the train's passing glow, an owl perched on a fence post, wings unfolding silently as it takes flight into the night. Everything you see is soft, gentle, at peace. There are no sharp edges here, no harsh lines or sudden movements, no billboards blaring advertisements, no highways cutting scars through the earth. The world outside your window exists in that liminal space between dream and reality, and you find yourself unsure which side of the glass is which. Are you dreaming the landscape, or is the landscape dreaming you? As the miles slip by, thoughts drift through your mind like clouds, reflections on paths not taken, joys rediscovered, the simple beauty of existence in this moment. The rain continues its lullaby, the train its steady rhythm, and you feel a profound sense of connection to the night, to the journey, to the enigmatic destination of Starlight City, where perhaps even greater wonders await under a canopy of eternal stars. The rain continues, sometimes lighter, sometimes heavier, but always with that same soothing rhythm. You notice how it matches your breathing, or perhaps your breathing has matched it. In and out, slow and steady, each breath deeper and calmer than the last. Your chest rises and falls in time with the rain's patter. Your heartbeat slows to match the train's gentle rocking, and you feel yourself becoming part of the evening symphony, one more instrument in this quiet orchestra of night and rain and motion. The lights inside the train dim slightly, or perhaps your eyes are simply growing heavy. Everything takes on an even softer quality, the edges of your vision beginning to blur pleasantly. You set your cup down on the table. It's empty now, though you don't remember finishing it, and lean your head against the window. The glass is cool, smooth, and through it, you can feel the faint vibration of the train's movement, a gentle humming that seems to resonate through your skull and down your spine, releasing tension you didn't know was there. Time becomes fluid here. You might have been on this train for minutes or hours. There's no way to tell and no need to know. The rain continues its patient work, washing over the landscape, over the train, over the accumulated dust of the day. Each drop carries something away with it, you think. Some small worry, some unnecessary thought, some piece of tension that you've been holding onto for too long. Through the rain-streaked window, you see the train is climbing now, rising gently into hills. The landscape grows more ethereal with each moment, more dreamlike. Mist curls up from valleys below, reaching toward the train like gentle hands. You pass through clouds, actual clouds, you realize, drifting at this elevation, and for long moments you can see nothing but white, nothing but the soft glow of the train's lights reflecting back from the mist. It's like traveling through the inside of a pearl, or through the space between thoughts. Then you emerge and the world takes your breath away. Above the clouds now, the rain has become something else, a fine crystalline mist that sparkles in the starlight. And there are stars, more stars than you've ever seen, scattered across the sky in impossible profusion. The moon hangs low and full, its light silver soft, painting the clouds below you in shades of pearl and dove grey and the palest blue. The train follows the curve of the hillside, and through your window you can see both sky and earth, both stars and clouds, both the infinite above and the soft mystery below. You feel suspended between worlds, cradled in this perfect moment of transition and peace. Your eyelids grow heavier. Each blink takes longer, your eyes staying closed just a fraction more each time. But you don't want to miss this. Don't want to sleep through such beauty. So you fight gently against the pull of rest, keeping your eyes open just a little longer, just a little more. The conductor appears. You didn't hear them approach, didn't see the door open. They're simply there, moving down the aisle with that same gentle grace. They smile at you, and their smile is full of understanding. "Not much farther now," they say softly, their voice barely above a whisper. as if they too are reluctant to disturb the peace of this moment. Starlight City is just ahead. You'll see it soon, just beyond that next valley. You nod, managing a small smile in return. The conductor continues down the aisle, and you turns back to your window, to the stars and the clouds and the moonlight painting everything in dreams. The train begins to descend now, gliding down the far side of the hill with the same smooth grace it climbed. You pass back into the clouds, and the world becomes soft again, intimate, wrapped in gentle grey. The rain returns, or perhaps it never left. Perhaps you were simply above it for a while, and its sound on the roof of the train is like 1,000 tiny fingers playing a lullaby on 1,000 tiny drums. You can feel yourself letting go now, releasing your hold on full wakefulness. It's not frightening, this gradual dissolution of alertness. It feels natural, right? Like leaves falling in autumn or tide going out in the evening. Your body knows what to do, knows how to soften, how to rest, how to surrender to the gentle pull of sleep. Through the thinning mist, lights begin to appear below. Not harsh, electric lights, but soft golden glows, lanterns perhaps, or candles in windows, or stars that have fallen to earth and decided to stay a while. The lights multiply as the train descends, spreading out below you in patterns that seem both random and perfect, like constellations drawn across the dark earth. Starlight City, you whisper to yourself, and the name feels like magic on your tongue, like a spell for sleeping, for dreaming, for peace. The train emerges fully from the clouds, and you can see it now, the city spread out in the valley below. But it's unlike any city you've known before. There are no harsh streetlights, no glaring signs, no rushing traffic. Instead, you see soft clusters of buildings, their windows glowing with warm amber light, separated by what appear to be gardens and parks, all of it woven together with streams that catch the moonlight like threads of silver. The rain is gentler here, falling the lightest veil, more like a blessing than weather. Everything seems to shimmer with moisture and moonlight, every surface reflecting and refracting the soft glow until the entire city seems to be made of light itself. Light and water, and the spaces between dreams. The train glides into the city, moving through tree-lined streets where the rain-dark branches arch overhead, creating natural tunnels that frame your view of the city beyond. You pass gardens where night-blooming flowers, jasmine and moonflower and others you cannot name, release their perfume into the rain-washed air. The scent reaches you even inside the train, sweet and calming, making your eyelids even heavier. You see a few people on the streets, but they move slowly, peacefully, as if they too are caught in the city's gentle spell. They look up and wave as the train passes, their faces kind in the soft light, and you raise your hand weakly to wave back, feeling the weight of your arm, the delicious heaviness settling into your limbs. The train begins to slow, and ahead you see the station, though station seems too industrial a word for what you're approaching. It's more like a pavilion made of glass and old wood, open on the sides, covered with climbing roses that even now, in the night and rain, seem to be blooming. Lanterns hang from the beams, their light dancing gently in the breeze. The train comes to its final stop with a sigh so soft it feels like the carriage itself is exhaling years of travel weariness along with you. The motion ceases so gradually that for several heartbeats you do not realize you have arrived. The world simply stops rocking and becomes still, as though the entire night has paused to let you catch your breath. You remain seated, cocooned in velvet and warmth, almost too relaxed to move, almost unwilling to disturb the perfection of this suspended moment. Your limbs feel heavy with honeyed languor, your thoughts slow and sweet, drifting like motes of dust in the amber lamplight of the car. Then the conductor is beside you, again without your having seen them approach, as silent and inevitable as moonlight. They extend a hand, palm up, fingers slightly curled in quiet invitation. The brass buttons on their sleeve catch the low light and hold it gently. "Come," they say, voice barely above the hush of rain on the roof. "Your room is ready." Your room. The words settle over you like the softest blanket, unquestioned, unquestionable. Of course there is a room. Of course it has been waiting. This is a place beyond questions, beyond the small, anxious negotiations of ordinary life. Here, things simply unfold as they were always meant to. You slip your hand into theirs, warm, dry, steady, and rise. Your body moves like water now, fluid and effortless, as though gravity itself has decided to be kind tonight. You step down from the train onto a platform made of smooth, dark flagstones that gleam with rain. The air greets you like an old friend, pressing cool cheeks against yours, carrying the scent of night-blooming nicotiana and wet slate, and something electric, like the moment just before lightning when everything is poised. You breathe deeply, drawing the purity all the way into the marrow of your bones, and the rain misting your face feels like absolution. Every droplet seems to carry away a little more of the static that has clung to you for years. Regrets, deadlines, unsent messages, half-lived days. They slide off your skin and are gone, leaving you lighter, cleaner, almost translucent. The conductor leads you beneath an arched canopy of climbing roses so dark they look black in the lamplight. Their petals heavy with water and perfume. Droplets fall from the leaves in slow, deliberate beats, striking the stone path with the delicate precision of a metronome set to lullaby tempo. You do not walk far. The city, if city is the right word, seems to lean in toward you, eager to offer what you need before you have even fully formed the wanting of it. Just beyond the station gate lies a garden walled in living green. Ancient wisteria drapes over the entrance like a curtain, its pendulous blossoms dripping soft lavender in the mist. Through the veil of vines you glimpse the cottage, small, perfect, thatched with silver-grey reed that glows faintly as though moonlit from within. Ivy climbs the rounded walls, framing windows of bottle glass that ripple and warp the warm light spilling out, turning it into something liquid and golden. A single chimney breathes a thin ribbon of sweet-smelling smoke, apple wood and cedar perhaps, into the soft night. Here, the conductor says, pausing at the little arched door painted the colour of storm sea, your place of rest. They open the door, no creak, only the faintest sigh of well-cared-for hinges, and step aside. A wave of warmth scented with beeswax and old paper and baking bread rolls over you, so inviting that your eyes prickle unexpectedly. You cross the threshold and the door closes behind you with the gentle finality of a storybook shutting on a happy ending. The interior is a single room, yet it feels boundless, as though the walls breathe and expand to accommodate whatever space your heart requires. The ceiling is low and beamed, hung with dried herbs and tiny bunches of lavender tied with faded blue ribbon. Bookshelves line every wall from floor to rafter, but the books themselves seem optional, almost shy. Their spines are soft with age, titles half erased by loving fingers, as though they exist more to comfort by their presence than to demand reading. A fire burns in a small stone hearth, flames low and steady and the exact colour of autumn maple leaves, popping now and then in quiet conversation with itself. Above the mantel hangs a single painting, a moonlit meadow you feel you have walked through in dreams, and the bed. Oh, the bed waits in the centre of the room like an altar to rest itself. 4 low posts of dark walnut, a mattress deep enough to lose yourself in, pillows mounded in shades of moonlight and dusk, blankets of hand-loomed wool so thick they seem to hold the memory of the sheep that grew them. The sheets are turned down in invitation. Pale linen washed so often it feels like cloud, faintly embroidered at the edges with tiny silver stars that catch the firelight and wink conspiratorially. But before the bed, drawn by some magnetic certainty, you move to the window seat, a wide, deep alcove built beneath a round, leaded pane, cushioned in layers of indigo and storm-grey velvet, pillows heaped like cumulus. You sink into them, and they receive you as though they have been waiting their entire existence for the precise shape of your tiredness. On the little table beside the seat, something, has left another cup. Thick pottery the colour of wet sand, filled with drinking chocolate so rich it borders on sinful, fragrant with cinnamon and orange peel, and a whisper of smoked chili that warms rather than burns. You wrap both hands around it, feeling the heat travel up your arms and into your chest, loosening the last secret knots you didn't know were there. Outside, the rain has found its perfect eternal rhythm, steady, gentle, patient as a mother's heartbeat. Each drop catches the light from the cottage windows and the distant glow of Starlight City, turning into a falling star before it kisses leaf or petal or stone. Beyond the garden wall, the city spreads down the valley in soft tiers of golden light. No harsh neon, only lanterns and candles and windows lit by kindness. Spires and domes rise here and there, delicate as spun sugar, and above them the clouds are parting, revealing a sky so thick with stars it looks dusted with diamond powder. You sip the chocolate slowly, letting it coat your tongue, your thoughts, your tired soul. The sound of the rain is everywhere now. A liquid percussion on the thatch overhead, a silver whisper against the glass, a deeper murmur in the garden where it nourishes night-blooming flowers whose perfume drifts in through the cracked window. It is not merely background, it is the very pulse of this place, a lullaby older than language. Your eyelids grow heavy as moon-soaked silk. The lights outside blur into halos. The boundary between inside and outside softens, and you feel yourself becoming part of the rain's endless, gentle falling. You set the empty cup aside, empty again, though you do not recall the final sip, and simply sit, breathing in beeswax and wood smoke and distant jasmine, breathing out everything that is no longer yours to carry. Your shoulders drop another fraction. Your jaw unclenches with a tiny soundless sigh. Your hands open, palms up in your lap, an ancient gesture of receiving, of surrender, of trust. The rain continues its song, and you realize you no longer know where your edges are. You have dissolved sweetly and completely into the sound, into the warmth, into the tender arms of this small cottage at the edge of Starlight City. In a little while, though time has become optional, you will cross the few steps to the bed. You will slide between sheets that smell of summer meadows and sun-dried linen. You will pull the blankets up to your chin and feel them settle over you with the weight of perfect safety. Your head will sink into a pillow that knows exactly how to cradle the precise curve of your tiredness, and sleep will come not as a visitor but as a homecoming. But for now you remain in the window seat, half dreaming already, watching the rain weave its silver curtain between you and the rest of the world. Outside, somewhere far below, the midnight train sounds its whistle one last time. A low, lingering note that feels like a benediction, a promise kept. Then silence folds back in, broken only by the endless tender percussion of rain on leaves, on roofs, on the grateful earth. Just the rain, falling forever, falling gently, falling like mercy itself. Your eyes close. The rain continues, soft as forgiveness, and you drift, weightless, welcomed, luminous, into the deepest, most restful sleep you've ever known, where dreams are made of warm cottages and endless gardens, of trains that always arrive on time, and conductors who know your name without being told, of arriving at last in the place that was waiting inside you all along, patient as starlight, gentle as rain. The rain whispers over and over like a lullaby written specially for you. Rest now. You're home. Rest, and you do.